Welcome to East Midlands Airport, or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport, or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
We've had a bit of rain around this morning, but it has cleared up. Nice sunny skies at the moment. My name is Oliver Shooksmith. I'm joined by Dick Davis. And team news, well, news so far is that Leicestershire won the toss and have decided to field, making 8 changes from their last county championship team against the same opponent. So they line up Rishi Patel, Sheridan Gums making his first class debut, Rehan Ahmed, Nick Kelly, Lewis Hill, Joey Everson, who is on loan from Kent, Ben Cox, Ben Green, who is stand-in captain for Ian Holland, Tom Scriven, Alex Green and Josh Davey.
And the Essex side, if I've got time to run through those very quickly, 3 changes. It's Paul Walter, Dean Elgar, Tom Wesley, Jordan Cox keeping wicket, Matt Critchley, Charlie Ellison, Noah Thane, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Jamie Porter and Charlie Bennett.
As the first ball comes in from Davey and it wraps Dean Elgar on about the midriff, maybe a bit of extra bounce there to start with for Josh Davey. Looks quite a green wicket, so I think Ben Green will be very happy to have won the toss and chosen to bowl first.
Oh, I think so. I think it's a very predictable move. I think I said earlier on in the day, whoever wins the toss is likely to choose to field. So it's
And it is, of course, Josh Davey bowling the first over here. Comes in for his second delivery and he beats Dean Elgar outside the off stump. Great start from Josh Davey, who's been right on the money with these first 2 deliveries. They've been made to wait about 2.5 hours this morning. Quite a lot of overnight rain and a few showers before play was due to get underway this morning meant it was quite a wet ground here in Leicester. But he's settled straight into his work when we have got underway.
It certainly has, bowling from the far end, the Bennett end, I think it's known
as he's in once more to the South African Dean Elgar, who this time lays bat on ball, coming forward in defence.
And for those who don't know the Grace Road ground, I must admit it's one of my favourites, which is why I sort of chose to come here. And it's the biggest on the county circuit. It's probably not the most well known, and you think of the Oval as being pretty big, but it's not. The Grace Road ground is the biggest, and it looks it, especially in comparison with Chelmsford.
Davey in again, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, who's driving. Doesn't time it very well, but it's in a gap, and they will come through for a single. They think about the second, but wisely Paul Walter sends his opening partner back. So Essex off the mark. Yeah, the wicket is off to our right, which means that the offside boundary currently for Walter and Elgar is pulled in about 20 yards?
Yes, I should think so, yes, just looking at the comparison, yes.
But still, big playing area here at Grace Road, particularly square of the wicket, as Paul Walter will face his first delivery in from Josh Davey, and he's solidly forward in defence. So
there's been a sizable and patient crowd waiting this morning. I went into the meat, which is quite a well-known eating facility just away to our right, and that was there were a lot of people in there at lunchtime, and so eager to see play start.
As Davey will finish the first over of play, bowling to Walter, who again comes forward in defence. A very good, tidy first over from Josh Davey. The score is 1 for none.
It certainly was, yes. Very, very impressive for a first over. Mind you, they've had all morning to practice.
Yeah, they've been in the nets quite a while because it hasn't actually been raining for most of the morning. The problem was just there's been so much rain recently that it all sort of sat on top of the ground.
And also it felt, I got here just before 10 o'clock, and even if it wasn't actually raining, the whole atmosphere felt very damp. So it's going to be Who is it from the...
Ben Green.
Oh, it's Ben Green, bowling from the pavilion end. And he will be bowling to Dean Elgar, who has 1 to his name. Of Essex is 1 without loss. Left-handed Elgar, well, both batsmen are that way inclined as Green moves in now round the wicket. Elgar has the luxury of going forward and then lifting his bat high out of harm's way. We'd welcome emails at I've written down the email address somewhere. essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Essex Cricket, I'll say it more slowly after this next delivery. As Green moves in again round the wicket, bowls. And again, the South African leans forward and then lets the ball go by. Yes, it's Essex Cricket, all one string of however many letters that is, at bbc.co.uk. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Had a good start to the season, has Ben Green. 23 wickets, the top wicket taker for Leicestershire so far.
And that was a play and a miss. So Elgar hasn't actually laid bat on any of the deliveries from Green so far, but 2 of them he chose not to, and that one he didn't choose not to. So, yeah, very, very conducive to seam bowling, these conditions. And Essex's sole aim initially will be just to see off the new ball and try and give the rest of their team a reasonable foundation as the next delivery. Again, I think a prod and a miss rather than a play and a miss, as Elgar just leant forward, but he went outside the off stump.
Well, as you say, this first half an hour is going to be crucial for both sides. Leicestershire, quite a few notable absences, including their regular opening bowler Ian Holland. So if Essex can see these off, they might feel they can cash in.
Well, he nudges that round the corner just for a single. Cheers. Thank you. And so the score moves on to 2 without wicket. Without wicket. It's just not a phrase one normally uses. 2 without loss. And brings the tall figure of Walter down to the business end. A considerable contrast. I mean, Walter is known famously or notoriously tall, and that's outside the off stump. And his partner Dean Elgar, well, not the shortest of players, probably, I don't know, not very good at judging things like that, 5'9", something like that. Well, I'm 5'9", and whenever I've walked past him, we're more or less at eye-to-eye level. So, yeah, we'll give him 5'9". End of the over, and Essex, having been put into bat, unsurprisingly, are 2 without loss.
We always find it quite entertaining watching Paul Walter bat. The bat looks so small in his hands.
Yes, it does.
Having to hunch over to reach the floor. As Davey is into his partner Elgar, who punches back down the ground, and an athletic stop in his follow-through from Davey, potentially saving a few runs there.
Yes, over the years, Essex have almost sort of cornered the market in very tall players. They used to have a fella who I think finished up his career here, Will Jefferson, who was about 6'10", without exaggerating in the least. I'm pretty sure he came here. We always got the impression that his height was actually a disadvantage there.
Davey to Elgar once more, leaving alone outside the off stump. Will
Jefferson.
He did indeed play at Leicestershire.
Oh, excellent. Yes, I've got something right for once. Long before you'd have been aware of him, I'm sure.
I think so. The field, he's got 4 slips, has Josh Davey, a deep fine leg, and then a point mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket as he's in again and drawing Elgar forward in defence. Yeah, they clearly, well, the pitch would suggest and the early signs would suggest that there's definitely a chance for those slips to be to be in with a shout this morning, this afternoon.
Very much. In fact, Essex have had a few players who've either gone on to Leicestershire or come from Leicestershire. Mark Patini, who's now, I think his title is assistant coach for Essex, so he's here somewhere today probably.
As Davey continues into Elgar and beats him again outside the off stump. Elgar stares down the pitch, wondering what happened there, I think.
Yeah. Off the top of my head, Aftab Habib, I think he started here, got a handful of caps for England and then finished up at Essex, where for some reason they tried to turn a very useful batsman into an all-rounder and failed dismally. Felt quite sorry for him back then.
The slips cordon crouches down as Davey will come in again to Dean Elgar, and again a very similar delivery, almost a mirror image as it went past Elgar's bat again. It's one of those sessions, I think, here as an opening batsman you just have to accept.
Oh, you do, yes. You just have to be grateful to have missed and try your hardest to just see out the first, well, as long as possible obviously, but no heroics, no flamboyant batting, just keep it out.
Well, Elgar particularly, I'm sure, has seen it all before and knows how to grind out an innings. As Davey, again, he's sort of hopping about his Elgar a bit as he defends this one into the offside. A maiden over from Josh Davey. 2 for none after 3 overs.
Yes, there probably can't be many players on the circuit with more experience than Elgar. I mean, Elgar's well into his 30s now, probably in the what you might call the twilight of his career, but he's had a great career for South Africa. I think he was captain at South Africa a long time, and so certainly has the experience.
Approaching 19,000 runs in first class cricket.
Yes, thank you. As Green continues from this end, the pavilion end, and outside the off stump, and Walter lifts the bat high out of the harm's way. And when I say high, in his case it's really high, and the score remains 2 without loss. You're listening on BBC Radio Leicestershire and BBC Essex, and other means as well, no doubt, and watching on the live stream. That's outside the off stump. Yes, over the years I've spent many enjoyable days in this box, this particular box. I think they've been refurbished a bit in recent years, but it was the same position. And for a short time, his name's gone now, but it'll come back to me. But somebody who went on to satellite television. Charles Dagnall, thank you. That's the name I was trying to think of. Yes, that's just pushed out on the offside. Yes, he used to work for BBC Radio Leicester. And of course, I believe Alika did, didn't he? Yes. Not Alika, Lineker. Alika's BBC staff member. Yeah, Gary Lineker. So, no doubt Ollie will go on to similarly great things. That's just played back to the bowler. I hesitate a little bit because I'm not convinced that shot was entirely under control, but they're not going to be under these conditions, and indeed Walter comes down about a third of the way down the wicket to do a bit of gardening. As Green gets to the end of his approach, turns, moves in again, bowls. It's pushed out on the onside to shortish mid-wicket. No attempt to score a run. Well, no, it was straight to him. There wouldn't be. And score remains 2 for no wicket. But that won't worry Essex in the least. Run scoring is almost, well, it sounds a crazy thing to say, since the winner of any match is the side that wins the most, that scores the most runs, but at this stage that probably won't be uppermost in their mind, but just staying there and surviving. And he gets an edge through the slips between second and third. I think the third slip got a hand on it. Whether it was a catchable height, I don't know. I don't think it was. Nobody seemed particularly alarmed. So he took the weight off it, and it went through for 2 runs down to third man. So just having another look on the replay to see if it did bounce before him.
I think I've got it down as a drop.
Yeah, I think I would now. Yes, not at the time. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, such is my nature, but no, I think it was a drop.
Nick Kelly, I think it is a very low chance, one-handed, but it's the exact sort of chance that Leicestershire need to be taking.
Well, yes, they've got 4 slips there. They're not there just there to pass the time of day with each other.
As Davey will begin his new over into Elgar. This one's well wide of the off stump, and in fact it is given a wide.
And it also seemed to me as it kept very low, didn't it?
It was taken by Ben Cox in front of Rishi Patel at first slip. Just some details on these team changes for Essex, for Leicestershire in fact. Sol Budinger, of course, still injured after his nasty collision in the T20 blast. Ian Holland missing for the Major League Cricket. He will return in mid-July as Davey is in again to Elgar, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Johnny Tattersall injured as well. Stephen Eskenazi unavailable for personal reasons. And Jake Weatherald obviously left after the last championship game against Essex. Rehan Ahmed has returned from his short stint in the IPL. But yeah, Leicestershire with plenty on the injured list and the unavailable list has forced plenty of changes as Davey again is left alone by Elgar outside of the off stump.
The umpires, for those who are interested in such things, well, they are in a way the most important people on the pitch, are Mark Newell and Rob White, but which is which, I couldn't begin to hazard a guess.
I'm afraid I'm not sure I can be much help on with that either.
No idea at all.
As Davey will come in again as the 4 slips, crouch down, and Elgar is cut in half by this delivery. Ben Cox takes it a couple of feet down leg side, as this must have come back a long way. Just taking a look at the replay. Oh, it's absolutely hooped back in.
Yes, it did, didn't it? Luckily it wasn't. It was above bail height. Well, luckily for Elgar anyway.
But that may well stay in the minds of these 2 Essex openers. Plenty going on for Leicestershire at the moment, but these 2 experienced campaigners doing a good job at surviving so far as Elgar drives but can't beat mid-off.
Yeah, as you say, they'll be playing on his mind, and it may well be, but you know, the theory is, and it's a lot easier in theory than in practice, is that forget about those things and just get on with nothing you can do about the previous delivery or any of the others. It's the next one that counts. Maybe Dean Elgar is better at doing that than most.
Yeah, he always strikes me as a very gritty, old school opening batsman. He will leave alone again outside of off stump from Davey, who, apart from that one magical delivery, has been slightly off his line in this over.
Yes, he is.
And with the slightly depleted bowling force for Leicestershire here, you wonder, whether it will be playing on their mind that they've won the toss, green wicket. They might be searching a bit too hard for these wickets in the early stages and feeling they need to get 2 or 3 breakthroughs in these opening spells here. As Davey will finish his third over with another one well wide of the off stump. That must have been reasonably close to being awarded another wide, but as it is, the score is 5 without loss after as many overs.
Yes, 2 to each batsman, Elgar and Walter, and 1 extra courtesy of a wide. So the 2 batsmen are having a mid-wicket conference, which is always vaguely amusing, with one looking up considerably and the other looking down. Probably about the best part of a foot, literally a foot difference in the height. As Green, the skipper of the home side, continues from this end. The sun shining brightly now. Appeal for LBW, and is given. So Essex lose their first wicket, and Paul Walter is LBW to Green for 2, and the score is 5 for 1.
Well, there is that early wicket that Leicestershire were looking for. Paul Walter was dropped off the previous ball he had faced, and this one just nips back and traps him on the crease. As we were saying, he's a very tall man, but this one hit below the knee roll, and I don't think there'd have been much doubt in the umpire's mind.
So. No, he trudges off disconsolately, but so should be replaced by the Essex skipper, Tom Wesley. He's been out of action for Essex for the last month or so during the T20 competition. I noticed he did turn out club cricket once or twice for Saffron Walden. And yes, it really is a glorious day now, and the forecast is good for the remaining, 3.5 days. So although you just have that feeling it might not go very far, this game at the moment.
Well, we're due for 75 overs of play today.
Yes.
Which could be a late one, only starting at 1:30.
Yes, it could indeed.
But at least at the moment there's nothing to suggest we won't be able to get all of those overs in.
No. Tea at 3:50. And yes, Walter has a chat, and still having a chat with Dean Elgar as he makes his way down to the far end. Steps gingerly over the square to make sure he doesn't make it any more challenging. Does a little bit of sweeping with the end of his bat, and a right-hander, the first right-hander we've seen today. And he's taking his guard from the umpire, whom we can't identify. But he's either Mr. White or Mr. Newell. And Green is on his way. And brings Wesley forward, but it beats the edge of the bat, goes through to the keeper. So very challenging conditions. Don't need to emphasise that really. Just remind listeners of our email address, which is essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. But that's not just about Essex matters. If you want to talk about Leicestershire matters, that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
Very challenging opening spell so far from Ben Green, who His last red ball outing here took career best figures of 7 for 112 versus Nottinghamshire.
That's outside the off stump, well outside the off stump, and that didn't really threaten the wicket.
He'll be looking to, well, to produce a similar performance today, I suspect, but maybe hoping to go for a fewer runs. It was a similarly green-looking wicket on that occasion against Nottinghamshire, but the Notts batters, for the most part, able to weather the storm. Whether Essex can do that today is a different matter.
Captain to captain, Green to Wesley, outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Still with 4 slips and a backward point, a cover, nobody else on the offside, and on the onside there's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and must be somebody else lurking away somewhere. Oh, a long leg, yeah, down by the scoreboard. As Green moves in and bowls. That's a solid, defensive and correct shot played by Wesley. Brings a very good wicket maiden to its close. And Green's impressive figures are 1 for 3 off 3 overs. 2 of those 3, from what I remember, are edges through the slips, which could have been caught. So, yeah, even more impressive.
Yeah, and Leicestershire doing exactly what Green would have hoped after having won the toss and electing to bowl. Just finding the stats on Essex's opening partnerships this year, because it hasn't been a very fruitful partnership as Davey comes into Elgar, who leaves alone outside off stump. A huge stand of 183 against Surrey at the Oval, but otherwise they haven't made it past 30 of Walter and Elgar together.
No.
They've both had their moments, but they haven't tended to combine. So Wesley has got used to being in early.
Yes, he's had to, yes, except, as you say, at the Oval, which is, well, the exact opposite of here. The Oval is a batsman's dream, which is why they've had so many drawn matches there.
As Elgar again is wrapped on the gloves. It's going down very fine for, is it a leg bye? They're having a consultation, the umpires. Eventually it is a leg bye, so potentially another one off the chest region. But I'm sure both of these batters might be dreaming of the Oval right now. Certainly would be well, you'd suspect it would be a much easier task.
Yes, you'd think so, wouldn't you? We're joined today, make it sound as if I'm about to marry 2 people. We are gathered here to join by Nikesh Ragani, who'll be with us in 5 minutes or so.
As Davey is into Wesley, who tucks this one into the leg side, but no run will be scored as Ben Green fields.
We've had an email, thank you, from Mike. Says I don't quite understand the message that's come up with it, but still.
As Davey will come in again, still 4 slips, waiting for the edge. It won't come off this delivery, as again Wesley is able to turn it into the leg side. Just back of a length delivery from Davey.
Oh yes, he sent us a photograph. I did get it into the email. It said, "Do you trust this sender?" Well, of course, if he's emailing BBC Essex, he's bound to be a trustworthy. And there's a picture of the tall Will Jefferson And
James Taylor, isn't it?
I was just thinking it's James Taylor, yes, where there's
This one's left alone by Wesley.
an equal difference in height. Yes. Yeah, thanks for that, Mike.
Well,
I wonder if it's going to say with every email, do you trust this sender? Anyway, I can think of no reason why I shouldn't.
Well, it's in the current South African Test squad. There's quite difference in height between Temba Bavuma and Marco Janssen.
Oh, is there?
Not sure if Elgar would have ever batted alongside Janssen. He's probably similar height to Paul Walter. As Wesley is beaten outside of his off stump by this next Josh Davey delivery, who has very tidy figures of 4 overs for 2 runs.
Yes, it is. I'm sorry, Mike, I didn't read the title line. Yes, which is Will Jefferson with current Leicestershire batting coach. Yes, James Taylor. Splendid, thank you. Mike emailed us at essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. For what it's worth, Will Jefferson is just played by Elgar, dabbed down on the leg side. Now resides in Kent, in Canterbury, I think. I'm not sure if he plays club cricket. A lot of retired players do go back to their roots and play club cricket, but some don't. In fact, probably most don't.
Yeah, after a long career of cricket, potentially
Yes.
it's the last thing you look forward to doing.
Yes, maybe that's just played out into the offside and they do scamper through for a quick single. Maybe the transition from playing for a living to playing for fun is wears a bit thin after a while. Don't know. But others, and I can think of a few, probably Leicestershire former players as well as Essex former players, just sort of can't get enough of the game because they love it and keep on playing till they're physically incapable of so doing for one team or another. As Green moves in and bowls, and that's just pushed down the offside into a little gap so that accommodates the quite easy taking of a single. So that gets Wesley off the mark. He's on 1 out of Essex's 8 for 1, having been put into bat here at Grace Road.
In difficult conditions, it's those sort of singles that become particularly important.
Yes, psychologically as much as anything else, you've just got to keep the scoreboard ticking over if you can, because they all add up, especially in a low-scoring game. As Green moves in and bowls to Elgar, who plays pleasantly, but it's straight to mid-on. Not an easy shot to play. You have to open yourself up, and but it was straight. There was never a risk or chance for a run. You presumably play this game, do you?
Yes, I'm actually playing tomorrow.
Oh right, the university.
No, I'm going back down home in Sussex.
Oh right.
Quick turnaround.
Yes. Whee! Bowled wicket, and Elgar has lost his. I've got a feeling it was a leg stump he got. We'll see on the replay.
Off stump, I think.
It's more likely to have been the off stump. Yes, it's got to do a heck of a lot to take the leg, hasn't it? Yes, just looking at the replay now. And indeed, yes, castled. So, Leicestershire will be cock a hoop. They've got rid of both the openers now. And Essex are on the ropes a bit at 8 for 2.
Yeah, just held its line, that one from Green, and Elgar playing slightly down the wrong line of it. Didn't appear to do much on the replay, but perhaps just straightening off the bounce and sent the off stump cartwheeling. But Jordan Cox back in the squad and back in to bat far earlier than he would have been hoping here at 8 for 2. Ben Green, stand-in captain, having the exact effect he would have wanted with both the wickets so far this afternoon.
Yes, I'm going off air at the end of this over, which is only one delivery away, so I'll get this email in quickly. From Stuart: do either of you think it's time to revise or revisit the points awarded for wins, losses and draws in the county championship? I ask this because Surrey currently sits second in the table despite only having won one of their 7 games. I know they've played an extra game than everyone else, but this does seem a little bizarre. It does a bit, I agree, Stuart, but personally, as ever since points were first awarded for the championship, which however long that goes back, people have discussed or argued about how many points a draw should be. You should gain for a draw comparison with a victory, and I don't think there's any right answer. You sort of, it depends really to a certain extent where your club sits and what would favour you and what wouldn't. We're always a bit parochial about this, so
certainly sounds like the view of an Essex fan who, with 3 wins, still sit 5th in the table.
Yes, he's from Berkhamsted, which is in neither Essex nor Leicestershire. That's a very pleasant shot by Cox. I didn't mention it was Cox who came in at the demise of that wicket. A very pleasant shot. Just first ball he gets, he pushes it, didn't hit it hard, just pushed it through mid-off, long off for a boundary, and Essex are 12 for 2, and after a few more words from Ollie, I cut myself off in mid-sentence. He'll be joined by Nikesh.
Yeah, not bad first ball in red ball cricket this year from Jordan Cox there. He stepped down the wicket slightly, batting outside of his crease, which could be a crucial tactic to deploy with the ball moving around so much. But first boundary of the innings and first real ball that any of the Essex batters have been able to drive with any sort of confidence, as we're 8 overs in here and the score is 12 for 2. Josh Davey will continue into Wesley, who's flicked this one off his hip. It looks like it's going to be 4 more, and it certainly is. Just a bit too straight from Davey, and Wesley got it away square of the wicket for the second boundary. As we're joined now by Nikesh. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I was going to say, up until those last 2 boundaries, hardly riveting this first half an hour of play, especially for all those school children on the far side of the ground. But Essex getting the scoreboard ticking a little bit. These last couple of deliveries. Good start for the Foxes, though. 2 important early wickets.
Absolutely, and makes this partnership even more crucial for Essex, who have slightly inexperienced middle order with Charlie Allison, Noah Thane, and Matt Critchley, presuming to be the next 3 in. Davey comes in, and again a very similar delivery that Wesley has again turned square of the wicket. He hasn't quite got as much on this, so it will just be 2 runs as Alex Green comes round to field. They've taken one of those 4 slips out and put a short mid-wicket in, as Davey has been slightly straight to the right-handers here. Perhaps that adjustment from a all left-handed opening partnership to then 2 right-handers. As he will bowl to Jordan Cox, facing his second ball, and in fact it's still Wesley on strike, isn't it? Turning it again into the leg side, but this time straight to the fielder. The scoreboard's not quite updating, but it is 18 for 2 now, with 4 off the first ball and 2 runs taken off the second of this over.
The manual scoreboard to our left doing its job, but the electronic one just freezing a touch on the far side of the ground.
Wesley, the Essex captain, will once again face Davey, and this is a better delivery from the former Somerset bowler, drawing Wesley forwards.
There's clearly a plan, isn't there? Because there's a short mid-wicket, or two short mid-wickets really. Mid-off quite straight, but it's going to be bowling stump to stump here, is Davey. Maybe they've seen Wesley sort of flick it up in that area, and it's one of the modes of dismissal they're looking for. They've still got 3 slips in place as well.
Well, both wickets so far, LBW and bowled, both bringing the stumps into play. As Davey again brings the stumps into play, there's an LBW appeal, but I reckon it's just going down leg side. From the way Wesley looked to play that, he was aiming for about fine leg. As we're going to see the replay, which will give us a better idea. Not quite straight in our commentary position, but yeah, well down the leg side.
Yep, good decision. Not a difficult one for the umpire on that occasion. Lovely sunny afternoon now here in Leicester, after a very grey and iffy start.
Yeah, we were worried it was going to be one of those days where just as you're about to start playing, the rain comes again, but seems to have cleared out, at least for the foreseeable future, as Wesley defends into the leg side to end Josh Davies' 5th over. The score is 18 for 2 after 9 overs.
Yeah, Leicestershire with those 2 important wickets. If you are just joining us at the top of the order, none more so really than Dean Elgar, the second man out, gone for 3. Paul Walter, his opening partner, the first man to fall for 2. Both of those wickets falling to Ben Green. He's got a lot on his shoulders here, leading this bowling attack this weekend. Leicestershire missing a few of their first choice paces as Green is in once more, and that's a wild swing and a miss from Cox outside off stump. No foot movement, just having a little fish. Those 4 slips standing in place, won't mind the look of that.
It's a difficult situation for Cox here. Hasn't played, or has hardly played any cricket this year really. Was over in the IPL but didn't play a single game.
Here is Green into Cox, who leaves the next ball outside off stump. Yeah,
Coming
Jordan
in
Cox, one of a number of players who made their way out to the IPL but didn't manage to get a game. Lots of players do talk about the experience of going there and rubbing shoulders with some of the greats of the game and working under some fantastic coaches as well, but I guess there's no real substitute for time in the middle, as Green is in once more, and well, that's on the pads and flicked away by Cox, but only as far as the fielder there at deep backward square leg, so it will just be the 1.
Can't imagine there's too many comparisons that can be drawn between the Chinnaswamy Stadium and the Uptonsteel County Ground.
Not really. I've commentated from the Chinnaswamy though, and during the 2023 ODI World Cup, the sort of press box and the commentary box is all on one side of the ground as Green is in once more, and that's defended off an inside edge by Wesley to backward square leg for another single. But of course, during a World Cup you've got so many different commentary teams, and television usually takes 3 or 4 boxes just to themselves for the world feed and all those types of things. So on radio for the BBC we were given a temporary commentary box which was built specifically for that tournament. We covered the first game of the tournament at that ground as Green is in once more, and that's full and driven beautifully out towards the extra cover boundary. It's racing away, might not quite make it. Oh, brilliant bit of fielding. They are through for 3. They thought about running through for 4 actually, but they will settle for 3. Lovely looking shot, just slightly over pitch there. So yeah, it was the first match of the tournament at the Chinnaswamy. It was Australia versus Pakistan, The day before the match, our producer went there just to check things out and test the lines and things. There were no lines. There was no commentary box. It was literally being built with wood as he entered the ground. And on the morning of the game, the final lick of paint was being put on as Green comes in, and that's well defended by Wesley back down the pitch. And there is no run, end of the over, 23 for 2 Essex. But in typical Indian fashion, all's well that ends well, and everything was ready for the first ball. Quite an experience though.
Seems
Slightly
like
better facilities here at Grace Road, I'd say.
Yeah, seems like they were working perfectly to schedule.
Yes. Yep, you need it by this date, it will be done. You could smell the fresh paint as we were commentating.
Looks like Josh Davey will be bowling his 6th over here. I wonder if we might see change in the attack reasonably soon. He's bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens and conceded 8 runs, but hasn't quite been as challenging as Ben Green. The batsmen have been able to leave more off Davey than they have at the other end. He'll come in down the hill to Cox, who is just pushing this out into the offside, where Ahmed comes round from point and fields. Of course, both of those names, in fact, Jordan Cox and Rehan Ahmed, in the England squad for the second Test match.
Yep. I'm not sure Rehan will get a game, but good to see him in the mix in red ball cricket too.
Was slightly surprised by Cox's inclusion, particularly given the lack of red ball cricket this year. But he'll face Davey here, and he's pulled this away all the way for 6, is it? I think it bounced just inside the boundary, but just on his hip, and he's picked that up, and it's bounced about maybe a couple of feet in front of the boundary. It's probably the longest part of the ground out there as well. He was certainly on that in a flash.
It was a lovely pickup, wasn't it? Ordinary delivery really though, short down the leg side, allowed Cox to get his hands through it, but it was, as you say, just almost a flick hook shot down towards fine leg. That'll make him feel better now. Into double figures is Cox with that boundary.
Well, he's shown no shortage of confidence so far in his innings. It's his second boundary as well as the 3 in the previous over. As Davey is in again, and this one again is flicked off the pads all along the ground this time. Alex Green will come round, but not before the batsmen complete 2 runs. And I don't know, if I was Ben Green, I might be considering a change from the Bennett end next over. He hasn't quite looked on the right line in this last couple of overs, has Josh Davey.
Yeah, you just need a bit more control out there from Leicestershire from that end. He's not looked threatening. He was pretty tidy in his first 4 overs, but hasn't really threatened early on.
They've moved square leg out to the boundary now as Davey bowls a short ball that's pulled well in front of square from Cox, and it's going to be 4 more runs. The fielder at short mid wicket, I think it's Lewis Hill, very briefly thought he was in with a chance of a catch, but again Jordan Cox on it early, able to get this one well in front of the deep square leg.
It nearly knocked Hill's head off, didn't it? It's hit with some force, that one from Cox. It's a sign that he's seeing it well there. Cox hitting it well in front of square. Davey, I feel, just can't wait to get through these last 2 deliveries.
Is this next one's going to be 4 more? A perfect off drive from Jordan Cox, almost identical to the first delivery he faced, and he has raced to 22 from just 10 balls. And yeah, Davies unfortunately has been a bit all over the place in this over.
22 from 10. It's a bit like he is playing for RCB out there at the moment. Jordan Cox, very much a T20 start to this innings. He's being fed some very ordinary deliveries really. The previous one just too short, sat up nicely, no great pace, and then trying to overcompensate was Davey, but just bowling a genuine half volley.
Well, this over's cost 14 and it will remain 14 from the over as Cox defends the final ball into the leg side. But all of a sudden the score is up at 37 for 2 after 11 overs.
Yep, after being 8 for 2, one ball shy of 8 overs. You often get that though, don't you, with Dean Elgar at the crease, likes to occupy, spend time out there in the middle. These two building a nice partnership though, and largely thanks to Jordan Cox. Partnership worth 29. Cox has 22 of them from just 11 balls. And it's going to be Ben Green to continue. 4 slips in place, coming over the wicket here to Wesley. Runs in bowls, and that's left alone by Wesley, outside off stump. Some gentle movement still for the bowlers out there. Might not last too long though, given the conditions. And the pitch, which looked very, very green, didn't it, at the start of the day, just drying up a little bit in the afternoon sunshine, slightly changing in colour. Green bowls, and oh, that's a good delivery past the outside edge of Wesley, who was pushing forward in it. Ball just shaping away slightly from the right-hander. Leicestershire in need of some points really at this stage of the season. Solid enough start, difficult to beat during that first block of 6 matches, but can't afford to not pick up wins now. And it's another ordinary delivery, half volley on leg stump, flicked away out towards deep square leg. They help themselves to a couple. And that side of the ground over towards our right, over towards the meet, looks to be a little bit slower, doesn't it, the outfield there, as opposed to over to our left where the manual scoreboard is. Ball just slowing up as it reached the boundary ropes. Green bowls, driven by Wesley, but only as far as mid-off, and there is no run.
Leicestershire, the only county in the country yet to record a win, and they'll certainly be wanting to change that today. As you mentioned, not an easy side, definitely not one who you can just brush over, with promising draws against Surrey and Glamorgan.
Green with a hard length, defended by Wesley.
But problem really this season is they've been competitive across one innings of the game, but then have faded away in the second innings. No more obvious example than the return fixture of this game, where they were bowled out for 60 down at Chelmsford.
It was neck and neck up until then. It's Green bowls, and that's another leave by Wesley outside off stump. End of the over, 39 for 2. You might well see that bowling change now from the Bennett end. Leicestershire rock bottom of Division 1 as things stand, having played a game less than Hampshire, who occupy 9th position. They've got 53 points, Leicestershire with 46. Almost an identical record, although Hampshire, with that game extra that they've played, managed to pick up an extra win. Both teams with 4 defeats and 2 draws across the rest of the season.
And Leicestershire fans were made to wait a long time for their first win this year as well, with 3 back-to-back losses at the start of the T20 blast. They have won their next 3, so it doesn't necessarily translate across formats, but potentially a bit of momentum for the home side, as it will be Tom Scriven who will replace Josh Davey at the Bennett end. This is his 5th appearance in the county championship this year, including one as an injury substitute against Nottinghamshire, as he will bowl his first delivery to Jordan Cox. It's too wide and too full, but they have got a sweeper on the offside, so it will just be a single as Cox drives flamboyantly into the offside.
Yeah, real loosener that from Scriven there, half volley wide of the off stump. Elsewhere in Division 1, Notts playing Somerset. Somerset batting first, 103 for 3. Glamorgan 107 for 6 against Sussex, and Yorkshire 147 for 1 against Warwickshire.
Scriven to Wesley, it's on his legs, and he'll knock it down to mid-on for no run.
If you are Leicestershire, you're kind of looking at the likes of Hampshire, Yorkshire, Somerset, Sussex. That's the sides immediately above them.
There's a big gap though between those bottom 2 and the rest, who are all then quite tightly bunched together. As Wesley faces up and beaten outside is off stump by Scriven. Goes down and prods the pitch right about where that last delivery bounced. Again, similarly to Dean Elgar, Tom Wesley no stranger to these conditions, and certainly not averse to grinding out an innings when it is a bit more challenging, as he'll drive this one straight to Ben Green at mid-off.
Looks as though the kids are having fun in that hospitality tent on the far side of the ground. It's a fair bit of entertainment for them, isn't there? There's like a giant dartboard. There were some rugby-themed drills going on as well.
I think they've got table cricket in that tent as well, I think I saw, as this one's left alone by Tom Wesley, who looks back down the wicket. Not sure whether he's suggesting that one was wide enough to be given, but he had stepped across his stumps and it was still a long way from him.
Fire engine as well there was earlier on. Seems to have made its way out of the ground now.
500 school kids according to the Leicestershire social medias, as Wesley defends this final ball of Scriven's over. Well, they've had to wait for the cricket, and not sure how many of them are actually watching the cricket now that it's on, but it's good to have them here.
It is a bit of atmosphere. There were a good few cheers when play finally got underway, of course. It's going to be Ben Green to continue here into a 7th over. Well, he has got his cap off. He's got ball in hand, and yes, it will be Green to continue. Just the 3 slips in place now. Cox, it is on strike. 23 from just 12 balls. In comes Green, and he squares him up a little bit there. Cox shaping up to play through the leg side, and then just checking his shot, defending back down the track.
Gave quite a confused look after that ball, did Cox. Unfortunately, the live stream is so well synced up that we can't see the ball after having watched it in person.
Green in, and it's another Defensive shot back down the track by Cox, this time a little bit more assured. Just coming up to 2:30 in the afternoon. If you are just joining us here, we were delayed by quite some time this morning because of rain and then a wet outfield. Play finally getting underway at 1:30 this afternoon after lunch was brought forward slightly, as Green is in once more, and that's another defence from Cox back down the pitch. Leicestershire winning the toss, deciding to have a bowl first to try and make use of the overcast conditions as they were when play got underway. Managed to sneak out a couple of early wickets, but Jordan Cox and Tom Wesley building a partnership here. Green bowls and Cox guides the ball only as far as backward point, so there will be no run. Are you quite surprised that there's no Ajaz Patel in the side today? Or is that maybe a given, considering the conditions?
I think conditions, return of Rehan Ahmed, he can bowl some spin if necessary, and he hasn't quite had the effect he would have wanted this season, has Patel, going for more than 50 runs for his wickets.
Well, that's been flicked down the leg side, not all too convincingly by Cox, but it's going to be signalled as leg byes, in fact. Maybe off his thigh or hip. Ball just slightly angling down the leg side. Another 4 runs to Essex, 44 for 2.
He is on the field at the moment, Patel.
Yep, they're at third slip.
Presume it's maybe Davies gone off after his opening spell.
Green runs in away from us, bowls, and that's been defended by Cox to short mid-wicket, no run. End of the over. Partnership up to 35, or 36 in fact, with Cox on 23, Wesley on 10, and Essex 44 for 2. Getting towards the end of the school day, and they're still here. Those kids on the far side of the ground. I'd call it organised chaos. I think that's the best way to describe it over there. Give something for the stewards on that side of the ground to do at least. Bit of entertainment for all involved.
Tom Scriven will begin his second over into Wesley, who leaves outside the off stump. Yeah, I think that stand is about as far from the wicket as you can get, so I can't imagine. I think the stewards will have a much quieter next 3 days.
Yeah, you think so?
But there's always some superstitious fans who seem to sit in the same spot regardless of where the wicket is, and end up giving themselves the worst possible view of certain games, as Wesley is hit high on the pads by this one.
Regardless of results in previous games as well, because usually you sit in a place, you win, you think, alright, I'll sit there next time as well, but then if you've not had a win all season, maybe switch it up, see if a different seat works for you.
Because I'm sure the players will notice if then it definitely affects the way they play on the game. This is over pitched by Scriven. Wesley, a flashing drive, misses, and it goes through to Cox behind the stumps. It's a very common superstition in cricket, isn't it, as well, with players
It is.
never changing your seating position. Can't say I adopt it myself, but
I think I'm like that across sports. If your team's winning, you don't move. You just watch.
As Wesley is squared up slightly as this comes off a leading edge to point as he looked to drive back past Tom Scriven.
bit difficult when you're in a commentary box and somebody else is due to come on and you've got to give way. But such is life. There's plenty of seats around the ground yet to be taken. I think it is still free after tea. I'll double check that.
As Wesley leaves outside the off stump, well, if it is free after tea, you'll be getting a great deal. You might see about 40 overs of play.
Yeah, today you might. That delayed start. It's meant to be a lovely evening as well, so get yourself down if you're finishing work, finishing school, whatever it might be.
As Scriven will finish off his second over on Wesley's pads, far too straight, and a man of Wesley's quality is not going to miss out on that one. 4 runs straight through square leg, takes the score to 48 for 2 after 15 overs, and I think that is my cue to hand back over to Dick Davis.
You've waited patiently for your lunch. We've got a plate of sandwiches here for you. Take them with you. Enjoy. It looks like it is going to be Ben Green once again. Putting in a shift here is the skipper. Dearly love another breakthrough here, Leicestershire. This partnership getting a little bit more than irritating for them at the moment. As Green bowls, and that's past the inside edge, keeps a little bit low there to Cox, just nips back in a touch too, and gets through to the keeper Cox on the bounce. Welcome back, Dick.
Yes, thank you very much, Nikesh. Yeah, Essex have made a bit of a recovery, a partial recovery. 48 for 2 is an awful lot better than 8 for 2, but yeah, there's still a long way to go, and of course, whatever the circumstances, Cox only knows one way to play.
Green in, and Cox on the move, just had a little shimmy down the wicket, and then defends into the offside. 4-no run. Well, the longer they can stay out there and allow the pitch to dry up a little bit,
yes,
might nullify any movement that Leicestershire have found here early on, and batting conditions you'd think would get easier as the afternoon and evening gets longer.
Yes, the sun is shining very brightly.
Green bowls, and again Cox defends a short of a length delivery into the offside.
And of course, it is the middle of June, so a decent amount of sunshine in the middle of June. It should help to dry the wicket out and make it a bit easier, or from the Essex point of view, a lot easier. But,
it tends to be what happens here.
yes.
Early on, you get a little bit in the first session with the new ball. Once the sun has a chance to beat down on the pitch, changes colour slightly, gets easier to bat on. Oh, well, how do you describe that shot? He shaped up to drive through the offside, did Cox. It was a short of a length delivery, and he almost pulled his bat away at the last minute. Bit of extra bounce, and ends up chipping it over the slip cord, and he kind of adjusted at the last minute with that extra bounce as well, brought his wrists into play, and I guess you've got to give Cox a bit of credit for that as well. Slightly edgy, but he'll tell you he was in control of that. 4 more runs anyway, and it brings up the 50 for Essex, 52 for 2.
yes, the 50 wasn't greeted with tumultuous applause, but I couldn't detect any.
Not even from the hundreds of kids still on the other side of the ground.
Well, no, I just wandered over. Come back to that.
Green bowls, and a straighter delivery, defended into the leg side by Cox.
Yes, I just wandered over to that side of the car park to get something that I'd forgotten in my car, and yes, there's a heck of a lot more children here than you can see. There's some playing organised games in the background, and there's another group. The Leicester Tigers have got a feature, so quite a few of them are practicing throwing a rugby ball around. So yeah, there's a lot of kids here today.
Green bowls and Cox slashes through the offside out towards the point boundary for 4. That was emphatic from Cox, just a little bit too much width offered by Green, slightly short, and Cox in this form is not going to miss out.
No. Yeah, so from what I remember when I was their age, which is, what, I don't know, 10, 11, sort of, something like that. Yeah, it's middle of June, term's nearly all over, and any exams they've got to do, they've done, and they can just relax and have fun, and they seem to be doing it. So thank you for your emails that have come in. I'll get through them. There's been 3 while I've been trekking down to the far end to get something out of the car. And it's still
Scriven from
going to be Scriven from the far end. He's bowling his 3rd over. Right arm over the wicket, moves in now. Bowls to Wesley, whips it off his toes, the side of the ground that Wesley really favours, and it will just about beat the fielder to the square leg boundary, just in front of square. It's a long boundary, as I've already said, but yeah, just had enough of that. Just having another look through the live stream, and yeah. At Chelmsford that would have been 4 long before it is here. So the score moves on to 60 for 2, which means that these two have put on 52 as Scriven moves in and bowls. And a loud appeal for LBW doesn't meet with the approval of the umpire, and they take 2 leg byes just in front of us, and it's fielded. I gather from what you say, not just a comment you made on air, but when we had a few words off air, that you're a local lad who supports Leicestershire anyway. Yeah,
been coming here a long time. Played for Leicestershire as well in the academy.
Oh, right.
Quite some time.
You play club cricket now?
I don't get time with the job that we do now.
No.
Really, I try and play the odd friendly match here and there.
Scriven in again. Oh, good looking shot, but it's very much the inside half of the bat, or inside edge of the bat almost, but goes along the ground to short mid wicket, no addition to the score.
Yeah, so just sort of 20 minutes away in the car from here.
Oh,
That's
right.
where I live.
Oh, we're about 2.5 hours on the Essex coast.
Not a lot has changed in this ground.
No, that's one of the things.
That's
one of the things I like about us outside the off stump. Yes, I mean these two teams haven't met here for 10 years, since 2016. I probably covered that game. I don't really remember. Essex won, and
Leicestershire were in that run at that point in time where they hadn't won a game for 2 years.
No, that's right, and they broke that sequence at Chelmsford.
Yeah.
As Scriven moves in now and bowls, and that's just played solidly defensively by Wesley. Wesley's on 18 and Cox on 31, and despite the circumstances, 31 out of well above an runner ball on 24 deliveries, so he's got half of the 62 that Essex have in their account. I'll get back to one or two of these emails at the end of the over. First one will be from Andrew. So thanks for emailing very much. As Scriven moves in again and bowls. And it doesn't time that properly. If Wesley had timed that properly, it would have gone between cover and mid-off for 4 down towards the scoreboard. As it was, it went rather tamely out to mid-off to draw the over to a conclusion at 62 for 2. Essex, unsurprisingly, having been put in to bat. Great commentary as always, says Andrew. Just for fun, a challenge for all of you. See if you can talk about commentate on Paul Walter without mentioning his height. I bet it's like eating a fruit pastel without chewing, or a jam donut without licking your lips. Yeah, something akin to that, I should think. I won't mention it again. Well, not today anyway. I don't promise not to mention it tomorrow.
Any idea about the exact measurements?
I think it's no. The immediate answer is no. I don't have the exact. I think it's 5'9" or 10. No, 6'9" or 10. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm 5'9" or 10.
Right, Joey Everson, change of bowling from the pavilion end. In he comes, right arm over, and that's been placed into a vacant extra cover region by Cox for a single.
The Playfair may well say which is left on the window shelf here conveniently.
We promise we won't mention it after we get the exact figure.
No, that's right. Not for several minutes.
In comes Everson, and that's been defended by Wesley into the offside. No run.
Well, according to the Playfair Cricket Annual, he's 6'7".
We always like to sort of add a couple of inches on, don't we?
Yes,
Just
it
to
makes a
make
better
sound
story,
more
doesn't it?
imposing,
Yes. I still reckon he's more than 6'7".
Might have grown since that was printed.
Well, yes, exactly. That was printed sometime in the winter, probably.
Everson in, and Wesley defends back down the track, and there is no run. I think the tallest player I ever came across and sort of stood next to as a young lad, like probably the age of some of those school kids across there, was when I came to watch. I was actually playing on the outfield some quick cricket tournament for my club, and Leicestershire were playing Northants that afternoon, and Curtly Ambrose was their overseas player. Huge. Oh, that's a lovely delivery there from Everson. Bit of extra bounce, away movement, left alone though by Wesley, who played it well.
Yes, I get. Oh, we promise not to. Well, I won't mention him by name, but in general, people who are very tall, I think sometimes they find that more of a disadvantage than an advantage.
Everson bowls another shortish delivery. This time it doesn't get up too much, but Wesley just turns the ball around the corner for a single. I think there was some sort of bat or glove involved. No signal from the umpire. Extra run onto the total. Of course, we on BBC TMS work quite a lot with Carlos Brathwaite, who's another massive, imposing figure, and not just 6'8" tall, but quite wide, broad shoulders as well. You often wonder how sort of somebody of that height isn't turned into an extremely quick, fast bowler, I guess.
Yes.
Maybe that's stereotypes, but you get people like Jason Holder, who's also big, but kind of a medium pace bowler. As Everson is in, and it's been driven square, gently, to backward point, no run. End of the over. Essex on to 64 for 2.
Yes, I remember when I played club cricket, if we played new opposition, and of course didn't always, because sometimes we played the same team year in, year out, or year after year rather. But yes, if you saw, a really tall player in the opposition, and I was an opening batsman, I think, oh dear, this is going to be round my head and shoulders.
Sometimes they might just trundle in off 3 steps and bowl a bit of off spin.
Yes, that's right. Yes, just to fool me, which wasn't difficult. As Scrivener is from the far end, the bellied end, played out into the mid-wicket area. No addition to the score. And which is 64 for 2. Just having a bit of trouble with the laptop here. I seem to have lost my mouse. Where the heck's it gone? As next delivery outside the off stump, but didn't seem to be a long way outside the off stump, but enough. You could give Wesley the benefit of the doubt, and he say he knew where his off stump was.
Another one that kept very, very low.
It did, didn't it? Yes, it was bail height, I should think.
You expect the pitch to get slower and lower as the match goes on, so not good signs for the batters.
No. That's outside the off stump. That was a bit further away. Fenton in... Oh, I was going to scroll down. Oh, I can scroll down now. Says... it doesn't say where he's from. But he says, enjoying the commentary so far. Listening from a very sunny York. I spent a very pleasant few days in York last year. Essex were up there. That's just played out. Again, the timing's not there, but it was safe enough along the floor to mid on. Enjoying the commentary. I've looked up the last time that Leicestershire played a Division 1 match in June. It's all the way back in 2003, 23 years ago. A draw against a Notts side featuring Kevin Peterson and Stuart McGill. Come back to that after this delivery from Scriven to the Essex captain Wesley. Has a bit of a flash outside the off stump and gets away with it, goes through to the keeper.
It's gone all the way for 4, actually.
Oh, has
it's
it?
Gone past the keeper, yeah.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I was so keen to look down at my email, I didn't really watch the... Well, how could he have...
He's just edged it over first slip.
I beg your pardon. I gave the benefit... Well, no, I didn't have any doubt. I was going to say I gave the benefit of the doubt to Wesley. No, I was too busy looking at my emails. So even when I've been doing this job for 31 years, you learn. You still make fairly basic blunders. Well, I do.
In fairness, it did fly, didn't it?
Yes. Scriven moves in again, bowls to Wesley, who drives pleasantly but straight out into the covers to cover. 2003 against Notts, side featuring Kevin Peterson and Stuart McGill. It's the end of the over. So Virender Seawag hit 137 out of Leicestershire's first innings of 243. I wonder if you think that Leicestershire have had a higher profile overseas than Seawag. My guess is no. Keep up the good work. Do you have any opinion on that?
There's been a few. I mean, Seawag was certainly, an opening test batter who played 100 tests and averaged 50 at a strike rate of 80 something. Changed really the way test cricket was played by opening batters.
Yes, he did, didn't he? Yes.
So, one of the very best as Everson starts a new over, and that's been punched nicely out towards deep extra cover. Bit of a chase on here for Rehan Ahmed. He will get there and prevent a couple of runs. Shahid Afridi had a short stint here as well. But if you're going way back, Andy Roberts, you can get much better than that in terms of fast bowlers who've graced the hallowed turf here. But in terms of high profile, Seawag's certainly up there. I'd say the most well loved would probably be Phil Simmons, as Everson is in, and that's been defended back down the pitch by Cox for no run. Phil Simmons, of course, part of 2 title-winning sides in 1996 and 1998. Certainly the most loved overseas player that Leicestershire have ever had, but Seawag, one of the most high-profile names. It's made it look very easy during that season when he did get going. Everson bowls, and it's a short of a length delivery defended by Cox to mid-on for no run.
Yes, thanks Stuart, who emailed us earlier from Berkhamsted, and I alluded to the fact that I didn't know whether he was a supporter of Leicestershire or Essex. He says yes, I'm an Essex fan, was a member for many years. Thanks Stuart. And one more from Mike again.
Everson bowls, and Cox looks to flick the ball but can't beat. Short mid-wicket, no run.
Oh, Mike says, wait till you see teenager Alex Green, who is almost 6'7" tall and quite quick. Right, well, no doubt we will. Thank you.
Everson in, and that's left alone outside off stump, quite wide of the off stump, but not wide enough for the umpire to have a stretch of his arms.
No.
It's one of the great sights, isn't it, when you get a genuinely fast bowler in the middle of a spell, cranking up the speeds and getting the batters on their toes. Everson completes the over then with a full ball which has been driven just past him and away for 4. Timed well by Cox. Couldn't quite see if he hit it into the turf and if it was a bump ball or if it was a genuine
Well, I think he hit
opportunity for a catch. Well, either way, it was hit hard enough to beat Everson, and it's 4 more to Essex. End of the over, 74 for 2.
I think he did hit it into the ground first, but then I suppose I would say that. Don't want to get on the wrong side of the Essex captain. I might want to interview him later. So it's going to be Scriven rather to continue from the far end. He's gone for 13 so far off his 4 deliveries, 4 overs, as he moves in now from the Bennett end, bowls, and that's just played solidly. No addition to the score.
Is Graham Gooch still involved down at Essex?
Very much so, yes. He's now, his official title is Ambassador, but well, yeah, I mean, he's an ideal man for Ambassador. He's almost reinvented himself. In fact, the way Graham Gooch has always worked at everything he's done, he may well have worked at being Ambassador, because that's just played solidly defensively. I hasten to add, there's probably no former player more respected in Chelmsford than Gooch. He's done so much for the club, apart from getting umpteen thousand runs. He's always been involved. You know, it's a cliche to say, you know, he's got Essex blowing through his veins, but yes, he's always around. And that's outside the off stump. And there was one stage where he was, I think he got bad press for a long time ago, partly because he went on the South Africa Rebel Tour, as it was known, donkeys years ago. But and he was always a little bit guarded of everybody, really, maybe told to be. But now, as I say, he's probably worked on this ambassadorial role, and he's so easy to natter. He'll stop and talk to anybody, and he's always thoroughly interesting. A really nice fella, and frequently joins us on the commentary, or not so much this season, but he certainly has done over the past. He was almost a regular fixture. And of course we all only almost take him for granted, you know, but when visiting commentators are here and I say, oh, we're going to have Graham Gooch in as a guest commentator, they sort of go, wow. And no, he does have that aura about him. And one of the ends at Chelmsford has been named after him, as Scriven moves in and bowls. And that's just played defensively. As you can tell, I count myself among that number of great admirers.
Yeah, one of the very best to ever do it, Graham Gooch.
Yes.
Certainly for England.
But I mean, I think one of the great things about him, which he'll, you know, proudly admit, he didn't really have that great amount of natural inborn talent, but he just had a little bit and just worked and worked and worked at it. As Scriven moves in and bowls, and then he became, that's worked away square on the side, he became an after dinner speaker. And I went to one of his early speeches, and in all honesty, and he would know and be honest, it wasn't very good. But there again, he went away and learnt how to speak in public and entertain a crowd of, in those days, usually male, but not always. And he became and has become a very, very accomplished after dinner speaker. So yes, all round good egg, as we'd say. was talking to him quite recently. I can't remember when it was. I think we did have him up in the commentary box.
It's going to be Joey Everson to continue from the pavilion end. This partnership now between Cox and Wesley worth 67 runs.
Yeah, priceless runs. And I don't want to count chickens, but you just get the impression.
Here is Everson. That's too full and driven. Slight
the single
fumble there
there
at mid-on, and yeah, will allow the single.
Just get the impression that I hope this isn't the kiss of death, that they've ridden out the initial storm. They lost both openers in the process, but if the middle order can capitalise now, Essex could still be in a good position. At one stage, it looked as if they could have been bowled out for an embarrassingly low total, but yeah, these two have steadied the ship considerably.
Everson in with the keeper standing up now.
Yes.
Just defends into the offside for no run. Still got 2 slips in place, but Cox was looking to use his feet in the previous over, just shimmying down the pitch, looking to advance.
I think he likes to get on the front foot more, yes. Although he's fairly accomplished on both.
Everson bowls once more, and that's been firmly driven, but well fielded by Green there, running away to his right from mid-off to prevent any runs.
So thanks for those emails. Anybody only just logging on or watching the live stream, our email address is essexcricket at all one string of a dozen letters, essexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Everson strays down the leg side, and that's been flicked away emphatically out towards deep mid-wicket for 4.
So although the email address suggests it is Essex based, we welcome emails about from Leicestershire listeners just as much. In fact, we seem to have had certainly our fair share, just as much, whether it's about Leicestershire cricket, Essex cricket, club cricket, any cricket to a certain extent, or a large extent. Test cricket, series beginning soon. Any aspect of Test cricket except Stokes. We don't really want to go down that path, I don't think.
Everson in. A bit of extra bounce there. Surprises Cox, who plays it well in the end. Pushes it out towards Rehan Ahmed at deep cover for a single.
Yeah, I really don't think we ought to get inveigled down the path of discussing the rights or wrongs of the Stokes decision.
Well, we mentioned earlier, didn't we, Rehan Ahmed in that test squad once more.
Yes.
The second test against New Zealand.
Are you involved in that?
I'm not, no. I'll be involved in the white ball series between England and India a little bit later on, as another defensive shot is played into the offside to finish off the over. Essex on to 81 for 2 at the end of that over. A few more thoughts from you, Dick, and then Ollie will come back in to join you.
Cheers, thanks very much indeed. And so that was Nikesh Rugan just making it. And Ollie comes back and sits down just a couple of yards to my left as Scriven is about to bowl his 6th over, conceded 14 runs so far. And preparing to bowl to Jordan Cox, who's on 43, more than half of the Essex score of 81 for 2. And Cox played a shot that he won't particularly want to look at again. It was he didn't get to the pitch of the ball, and his bat was sort of pointing at the sky as the ball went past, and he was lucky to get away with it. It went down to backward point, but it had bounced beforehand. So still, we all need a bit of luck whether we're playing cricket or doing anything else in life. And thick and fast the emails are coming in. It's just played handsomely by Cox, out through the covers for 2 runs. I thought it was going to go to the boundary, but it's a sign which was also evident to see when Wesley got a 4 there, a 4 to square leg. He said, pointing and saying there. That's not very good on radio. Yeah, it's an indication that the outfield is still damp and the ball seems to slow down. And maybe this time tomorrow, if a similar shot were played, and if the sun's been out, it would have sped over the outfield. So that's just dabbed backward of square. No addition to the score. Welcome back, Ollie. And I was just saying, at the risk of tempting fate, that Essex seem, albeit for the loss of their openers, to have ridden out the initial storm.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. I think Ben Green might be a bit disappointed at it's been a few too many freebies after a very tight opening, sort of 40 minutes. 8 runs off 8 overs at one point. And
as Scriven moves in, bowls down the leg side. Cox didn't execute the shot the way he meant to at all. He meant to pull it to square leg, and in fact got a thick bottom edge probably for 4 down to long leg, fine leg rather. But they will count the same, so it's worth just as many as if he'd executed the shot and powerfully driven it square on the onside. That takes him on to 49 out of Essex's 87 for 2. I better start running through these emails. They're beginning to pile up as Scriven moves in and bowls, and that is worked away down to long leg this time, just away to our left. We're perched, as we invariably are when we've been coming here, and I've been coming here for a few years, high up at the pavilion end. In fact, a couple of floors above the changing rooms, I'd imagine. So the score moves on to 88 and 50 to Cox, which there again wasn't greeted with unfettered applause, but it's understandable if not a lot of Essex supporters made the journey because of the forecast weather. But this is a single just nudged backward of square. But now the weather has not only improved today, but the forecast for the remaining 3 days is also as good, if not getting better. In fact, by Monday it's back to the heat wave of a few weeks ago, I think. So yeah, hopefully, and indeed probably, quite a few will come in over the next at least couple of days. End of the over 89 for 2. I really must get through these emails. When I say that, I don't mean they're drudgery. Quite the opposite. I really love having them. Hello there, says Thomas. It's my friend Alessandra's birthday today. He's a big fan, but worst of all, an Italian football fan.
Joey Everson will begin his 4th over here to Wesley, who clips this off the pads, and it has gone like a bullet to the square leg boundary. Tom Wesley moves to 29, a shot of authority from the Essex captain, who is determined not to be left in Jordan Cox's dust at the other end.
Yes, that was from Beth. Sorry, I think I misread it earlier. No, sorry, it's from James. The sun's shining on the screen, as I'm making pretty obvious, I'm finding it difficult to read. Oh, it says thanks both at the end. I thought it said thanks Beth.
Everson in once more, and again on the pads. This time there's an appeal, and Everson seemed quite convinced by that appeal. The umpire was not so.
No, sometimes you know when it's a bit of a try-on, but that wasn't a try-on. He genuinely thought he got his man there. So yes, more to the point. Happy birthday, Alessandra. Hope you have a lovely day. And you can't help being an Italian football fan, can you?
Everson to Wesley once more, who defends straight back down the wicket.
I have to admit that I'm not a great football fan. The only side I really pay any interest in is my local team, which is Southend United. But apart from that, we're on Sports Extra apparently for 10 minutes. Well, thank you very much, and welcome to this charming ground at Grace Road.
As Wesley punches this one off the back foot to a diving Alex Green at mid-on.
So for those who don't know the story so far from our Radio 5 Live listeners, Leicestershire won the toss and unsurprisingly put Essex in because it was a damp wicket. It's been raining quite a bit and drizzling hard, and Essex lost 2 wickets in reaching 8.
As Everson in again to Wesley, who looks for the expansive drive. It's off a bit of a leading edge through point. He'll come through for a couple, moving his total to 31. But
then the Essex captain Wesley, together with the somewhat mercurial Jason Cox, have taken the score to 95, of which Wesley has 31 and Cox has 50. So it's been a splendid recovery, and it would appear that the initial demons presented by the bowlers on the wicket, the atmosphere,
as Wesley defends the final ball of Everson's over,
have been effectively dealt with.
Yeah, it's been at a good rate, this partnership as well. 87 it is. Jordan Cox has 50 off just 41 deliveries.
Yes.
And he's hit 9 boundaries in there as well. Hasn't played much cricket this year, but you wouldn't tell.
No, he hasn't. No,
from,
he's been
this innings
sitting around in the subcontinent for a long time. He did play the T20 game last Sunday, which I went to. Wasn't working, but just I like watching cricket at Merchant Taylor's School. Another lovely ground. I'm having a good week with grounds. And yeah, but typical Cox. I mean, Essex were in a bit of a predicament when he came to the wicket at 8 for 2, but he only knows really one way of playing, which is to put bat to ball with purpose. And as Ollie said, he's got 50 at better than run a minute. As Scriven prepares, no, it's not. It's Green, Andy Green. That's nudged away backward of square on the onside, or was it a leg by? We'll see what the umpire has to say about it. The umpire has nothing to say about it, so it's a run. Yes. Now, one of our emailers earlier on said, "You wait till you've seen Alex Green. He's tall and he's quick."
Yeah, this is just his second first-class game.
Oh, is it? Oh, right.
Played a couple of the T20s, but was Leicestershire's leading wicket taker in the Royal London One-Day Cup last year, which was sort of his breakthrough. He was injured at the beginning of this year.
Yeah, that's the great thing about that competition. I really like it, but that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. But it doesn't get the exposure it deserves. And there are those who'd say, "Oh, you don't see all the best players." Well, I quite like the fact that you see, whatever of the 18 counties it is, you see probably, 2, 3, half a dozen players who in 3 or 4 seasons will be regular members of their first teams. And I think it's really good to see. I had come back to that after this delivery from Andy Green, and Wesley withdraws the bat there, declines to play, and it goes through to the keeper. Where are we now? 2026. I'm not sure if it was 2 years ago or possibly 3. I went to I think I was commentating on it. Yes, I was. A Royal London Cup match against Leicestershire away, but not here, at a lovely club ground called Kibworth. And although Essex lost and Leicestershire deservedly won, I had a splendid day as Green moves in and bowls. And a couple of the then up-and-coming young players, Noah Thane and Charlie Allison, put on a lot of runs. And of course, well, talk about QED, case proven almost. In those ensuing 3 years, whatever it is, Charlie Allison in particular has come on in leaps and bounds. and is now being tipped. Well, I think obviously in favour with. I think England are keeping an eye on him as Andy Green moves in. Bowls. He is tall. He is quick, and he's conceded just 1 run so far. 96 for 2.
He took a wicket with his first ball in professional T20 cricket here last week against Derbyshire. It was not a day of many positives for the Leicestershire faithful, but Alex Green's entry into T20 cricket certainly was one of them.
Well, yes, as it's he who bowls from the bended end. That's whipped away down to long leg in front of us. Just a comfortable single. 96 for 2 now.
But you mentioned Noah Thane and Charlie Allison as two who have come through from the One Day Cup, and those were 2 names I was going to mention as well. I saw Essex play Yorkshire at Scarborough a couple of years ago.
Right.
The 2 of them, Luke Benkenstein, playing a bit of first team cricket, and it's a good mix between the senior players and those youthful ones coming through, because Tom Wesley was playing that game too. I think Jamie Porter might have been, and what better chance as sort of I think Noah Thane was maybe only 16 or 17 at that point. What better chance are you going to get to bowl with one of the greats of the county game?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
As Joey Everson will bowl to Tom Wesley. It's on his pads and it's turned into the leg side. They've got an extra man out on the boundary now, so it will just be a single.
And at a much lower level, it might not be a fair comparison, but in club cricket, when some of your first team superstars get a bit too long in the tooth to play club cricket, or to play for the first team, maybe their eye goes a bit, or their coordination. Rather than leave the club altogether, they then go and play for the second or third 11.
As Jordan Cox flashes this one through point, Rayan Ahmed's got a chase, but he's very quick and a good fielder, and will cut this off, keep it to 2 runs. It's been interesting after the early pressure that came on. They've gone pretty quickly to having that offside sweeper at sort of cover point.
That's right. Yes, good point.
Those 2 runs brought up the Essex 100, 25 overs and 2 balls, 100 for 2 is the score. This partnership stands at 92 and is increasingly valuable for the travelling side. Cox plays this one down to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, so the Royal London Cup's got a great deal to offer, and when it comes to that time of year, which is usually monopolises August, then far be it from me to urge, it's not my job, but you could do a lot worse than spend a day at Royal London cricket. Sometimes it's played at a new outground as well to add to the fun.
Everson into Cox, who clears the front leg rather, as he slashes this one again through backward point, and again it's 2 runs down to Rayan Ahmed. Looked as though he was sort of trying to go over the top of cover there. Jordan Cox, an expansive shot for the first session of a 4-day game. Reminder that the morning session it wasn't really washed out. It was actually dry for most of the morning.
Yes, that's quite right.
A wet outfield, and they were particularly paying attention to an area right on the left edge of the square, it seemed like. It's Everson bowls short to Cox, and he has absolutely nailed this one through mid-wicket. The umpires looking at each other, deciding whether it's 4 or 6. I have to be honest, I didn't see the ball from the moment it hit the bat, but it is 4 runs to Cox, who's played the pull shot a few times today with equally destructive effect, and a sign that you don't want to be dropping short to Jordan Cox today.
No.
He has 59 off just 46 deliveries. So he'll face up to Everson again, and again looked to be playing an expansive shot, a bit of extra bounce, meant to hit high up on the bat as he pushed out to cover. He then threw his bat up in the air and caught it after a couple of somersaults.
End of the over, 106 for 2. Had an email from Keith, who describes himself as being Suffolk and Essex. Great to hear Phil Simmons mentioned. I had the pleasure of Phil on my level 3 coaches course at Leicestershire in 2000. During the course, no one had seen him for a few hours, and eventually he was discovered locked in the toilet due to the quirky set of up in the accommodation block. Splendid. Also had the privilege of spending a week at Leicestershire. Finish off the sentence after this delivery from green, which is short of a length, played out for 4 runs, backward of square. I hesitated because there's this pillar at the corner of the commentary box.
It was just a single, actually.
Oh, was it a single? Sorry, thank you.
Deep third man in at the moment.
Yeah, I was craning my neck, first one side, then the other. Single. 107 for 2. And yeah, come back to that final sentence of Kevin's email in a moment. As next delivery, short of a length, pulled away for 4, pulled away off the back foot, but pulled through mid-on, in fact pretty straight mid-on really by Cox.
I'm not sure he got anywhere near the middle of that.
No, I know,
so much power that
yes.
it's raced for 4 and none of the fielders had any chance.
No, they didn't. Incredible stuff. There's the last sentence from Kevin. Also had the privilege of spending a week at Leicestershire with Leicestershire stalwarts Wells, Milnes and Pearson. Keep up the good work. Oh, thank you. Keep up the good work of sending the emails. So, yeah, thank you very much. As the tall figure of Andy Green moves in from the far end, bowls, and Cox plays that out into the covers. They're both very similar builds, these two, and although I've been watching Essex for more years than I'd care to admit, I have to keep looking up at the scoreboard or the screen in front of us to see who is facing. They've both got almost identical shapes about them. They're dressed the same, both got sleeves rolled up, and right-hand batsman, but this is Cox. And just push that out wide of mid-on, which accommodates the easy taking of a single. Another... oh no, that is the... Play this morning is the subject matter from Thomas's email, which says, I live a couple of streets over and couldn't help wondering why there wasn't play this morning. As Green moves in now and bowls. Whipped off his toes, which Wesley loves to do. Backward and square. They'll think about a second. Indeed, they'll come through for the second, which is quite comfortable to take. Moving the score on to 114, of which Wesley has 36, Cox has 64, and these two have put on 106 runs. Thomas goes on, it was a little dark, but the rain didn't come, and it seemed playable from where I was sat. Well, with all due respect, Thomas, we're not in the best position when we're looking out in our back gardens. That's outside the off stump. And it is a big ground, the largest county ground in the county. The last ball of the over is allowed to go through the wicket-keeper, the largest county ground in the country. And so it only needs one damp patch. I think, Ollie, weren't you saying they were particularly worried about a patch in the corner of the square?
Yeah,
there's a further out.
There's a patch right on the left-hand edge of the square, which they seem to keep going back to, and it's been filled with sawdust at the moment.
Oh,
so
right.
I'm not sure.
Oh, yes.
But
yeah.
I don't think the problem was so much the rain this morning, but the rain last night, and that's been falling for much of the last week, had saturated the ground. That then meant the showers this morning, although relatively light, just all sat on top of the ground, and and made the outfield quite damp.
Yeah. And, the counties have to look after their players, duty of care to employees and all that business. And, I was in...
Well, we've had a change in the bowling, and stand-in captain Ben Green is in, and Cox plays and misses at this one, looking to cut the ball. Ben Cox stood up to the stumps, right behind his namesake, Jordan Cox.
Yes. Yeah, earlier in the week I was watching on television the tennis from Queen's, and I'm quite a tennis fan. Never played the game very much. Anyway, it's neither here nor there. Come back to that.
As Ben Green continues to Jordan Cox, who again clears the front leg, flashes this one through mid-off, but a good diving stop
very well fielded
from Nick Kelly keeps it to no runs. It looks like if you miss your length full, Cox is he's going to try and...
Yeah. And at Queen's, there was just what seemed on the screen a smattering of rain, and the umpire got off her chair and put her hand on the playing surface.
Green into Cox, who smashes this one through the offside. There is a sweeper there who didn't have long to go, or far to go even, but it's going to beat him and go for 4 and go all the way into the advertising barriers, about 20 yards behind the boundary. It was a bit short from Green, and off the back foot, Jordan Cox playing a lovely punch. Must have come right out the middle, that one.
Yeah, and so in all sport, yes, you've got to look after your players, your employees, and yes, I mean, if, in this tennis example, if one of the contestants had slipped over and done herself a serious injury and been out of the game for the rest of the season, it would be serious stuff.
Green into Cox once again, who flicks this one into the onside. No run as it's fielded at mid-on. I think tennis, particularly on grass courts, the first sign of rain and they're off pretty much.
They can't wear studs, can they?
Yes. Yeah, I'm from Eastbourne, who has their ATP and WTA tournament in 2 weeks' time. So I've been to watch a few times, and the first sign of any raindrops, and they're off. As Cox just defends this one from Ben Green.
So anyway, that all comes apropos the email from Thomas, and he says, at the final paragraph, regardless, I'm very much enjoying the commentary and will pop over after work. Oh, well, he must be employed very close unless he works from home. But, thank you.
I was saying with Nikesh earlier, he said he thinks it's free after tea at the Uptonsteel County Ground. We could have about 45 overs after tea, as Cox has worked this one into the leg side. It's in a gap. It's going away to the boundary. It's a long part of the ground, and it's really slowed up, as it will be pulled back in, but not before they have completed 3 runs. It looked like it was outside off stump to me, but Cox has rolled his wrists over it and managed to get it to sort of what would be cow corner off a spinner.
Yes.
But the over ends with the score 121 for 2 after 28 overs.
Yeah, in view of the late start and they had a few overs on at the end, then tea, I think, is an immovable feast today at 3:50. So about another 24 minutes, something like that. One more email's come in from Mark. Oh, Graham Mackenzie. Oh, yes, I remember Graham Mackenzie. Was a wonderful overseas Leicestershire in the early 70s Aussie Test player and one of the best ever quicks. As that's played away on the leg side, they'll certainly go through for 2. And they'll go through for 3. In fact, no, I was going to surmise they might go through for 4, but no, that's you very rarely see an all-run 4. But on the other hand, if you're going to see one anywhere, it's probably likely to be at a very big ground like this.
Yeah, that leg side boundary from the Bennett end is a long old way, and
it is. Yes,
only 2 fielders patrolling that whole boundary in front of square.
Yes, I do remember Graham Mackenzie. He had a sort of a lope to the wicket. He didn't have a fast approach to the stumps, but then his arm came over, and That's just played out, dabbed out backward of square on the offside. So thanks for emailing at essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Oh, I haven't finished yet. Oh, there's plenty more. Well, I think I'm due to be replaced soon, but if I don't have time to get these all done, that's just played out in the for a single. Yeah, thanks, Paul, for your email. Yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate all emails. Barry, conversely, which gives a clue as to the previous email, says it's so good to hear commentary that is, what's that say, stabilised. What's that? It's very small font.
Unbiased.
Unbiased. I have listened for many years and have thoroughly enjoyed it. Every day with you to the mic. Thanks very, very much. That's out. Oh, that hits Cox amidships, and he goes down in considerable discomfort. Considerable discomfort.
I think that was one in the unmentionables.
Yes, it was. So, yeah, this will take a little bit of time. There's not a lot that can be done about this. They sometimes call for the physio to come on, but and there's not an awful lot that he or she can do either, really. It's just time and maybe a glass of water.
He's in a lot of pain, is Jordan Cox.
He is.
We said Alex Green is a quick bowler, and it's, nip back slightly off the pitch and hit him right where you don't want to be hit.
Yes, it has, yes. And, so thanks for all these emails that came in at essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Thanks for all of them without exception. And
suppose this break gives us a bit of time for a little summary of what's been going on so far. Score here is 125 for 2 after Leicestershire won the toss and elected to bowl first. Dismissed both openers early on, but a 117 run partnership between Jordan Cox, who has returned to red ball action today, and Essex captain Tom Wesley has put Essex, I would say, well and truly on the front foot in this game.
yes, I think that's I think that's probably fair, actually. Yes, at 125 for 2, having been 8 for 2. Yes, in helpful. Well, on what were helpful conditions for the bowlers. We have had another email come in from Neil, who says, sad to see Pepper got the chop today. Do you think England insisted Cox keep wicket in this game? Enjoying the coverage on a day off for my birthday and looking forward to a trip to Romford Dogs tonight. Well, I hope that's successful, Neil. I don't know, really. I don't know quite how the England management, what influence they have. Yeah, they may well. I don't know is the honest answer. I find the answer to more and more questions are I don't know.
Well, it's difficult when Michael Pepper hasn't, I'm sure he'll admit, he hasn't quite had the season he'd have wanted. He hasn't reached 20 since the first game of the season.
No.
And, Jordan Cox clearly showing that showing that there's sort of an X factor to his game that means he has to be picked, really.
Yes, Green continues. Well, Cox pulls that away with no apparent physical inconvenience to a deep square leg, and a long throw comes in. Cox moves on to 75. Wesley onto Wesley is on 37, and it's now a beautiful day. bright blue sky with quite a few clouds, but only sort of the white cotton wool variety. Certainly nothing threatening. And the tall figure of Andy Green approaches from the Bennett end now and bowls, and this just dabbed out on the offside. No addition to the score. Oh. And at the end of the over, I will make way for Nikesh, who will take listeners and viewers through to tea at... Oh, it is the end of the over, so yeah, I'll take my leave.
Well, Ben Green is going to continue bowling. He took the 2 wickets to fall so far in his opening spell, and he might feel slightly hard done by the weather conditions here, electing to bowl under grey skies with the threat of rain looming, and it's now a batter's dream day. Blue skies as far as the eye can see. He will come in to bowl against Jordan Cox, who steers this one out just behind point. Fielder comes around from the deep cover position, and Cox gets through for 2 runs. And for those of you who weren't listening earlier, Ben Green, stand-in captain this week, and for the next couple of games, as Ian Holland has gone off to the Major League Cricket in the United States. Of course, a US international is Ian Holland, and going back to play in their franchise T20 league, as Green drops short and Cox just steps back and dismisses this one over extra cover off the back foot for 4 runs, and he's looking in rather threatening touch, isn't he, Nikesh?
Certainly is, yeah. We talked about lack of opportunities during his stint in the IPL, but he would have been putting in the hard yards in practice alongside some of the greats of the game and some wonderful coaches such as Andy Flower, of course. So it wouldn't have been playing no cricket at all, would have been practicing every single day, and looks in brilliant touch at the moment. You mentioned Ian Holland there and Major League Cricket. Not sure how much interest there will be in Major League Cricket just generally, but particularly this year with the Football World Cup taking place at the same time over in the US.
Was clearly a big effort on the ICC's part to get cricket to America. Of course, they co-hosted the T20 World Cup recently. Cricket's going to be played at the Los Angeles Olympics. As Ben Green will come in with a short cover now in place, so Jordan Cox just steers it right where the fielder had been moved from, through sort of third slip region, completely deliberately played. Beautiful late cut for 4 more runs. It's his 14th boundary in his 85 runs from just 62 deliveries.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Cox. Just guiding the ball gently past that fielder at short third and away for 4. That would be a hell of a gig, wouldn't it? Go out to LA, cover a bit of cricket in the 2028 Olympics. If you're listening, BBC bosses, we're available.
Certainly are. As Green will continue to Cox, who whips this one leg side, as he has done a few times recently. It doesn't beat mid-on. And at the moment, Leicestershire just seem a bit short of ideas. The field placement sort of suggests that as well. First ball went over extra cover, so they take a slip out into that position. Second ball goes through third man, so they move a fielder to deep third man. It's just slightly reactive from Ben Green right now, as he's in it. It looks like a slower ball to Jordan Cox, who takes a big swing at this one, looking to go over mid-off. Gets an edge to the aforementioned deep third man for a single.
Yeah, that was a genuine edge there. Definitely a moral victory for the bowler, but that's about it. Cox still there on 86 from just 64 balls.
Well, I think anyone would be finding it difficult to control Cox when he's in this sort of mood, but Leicestershire really in need of some control here. is just about to reach the 30 over mark, as Green will bowl the final delivery of his over, and again it's 2 straight, and this time Wesley is up on his toes and helping himself to 2 more runs through mid-on, and that over has gone for 13, and having been 8 for 2 when these two came together off 8 overs, they've added 131 at pretty much a run a ball.
It's been outstanding, hasn't it? And they were attacking from the off, really, in this partnership. Just trying to launch a counter on Leicestershire, who got themselves into a brilliant position, taking those 2 early wickets. Just shows you the class of somebody like a Jordan Cox in particular, who's been the aggressor in this partnership.
Yeah, he's played a bit more expansively since reaching 50. He got to the mark of 41 balls, which means he's hit 36 runs off his last 23. But before then it was all fairly traditional cricket, just hitting the ball very hard and finding the gaps.
Alex Green in and short, and it's been thumped away out towards deep mid-wicket. Will just be the 1. Plenty of protection out on the boundaries now for Leicestershire. He's a big tall man, Alex Green, but hasn't quite found his radar yet. Still quite a stiff breeze out there in the middle. You can see the trees to our left just blowing around in the wind. Alex Green then running towards us from the Bennett end, delivers full, and that's been driven away square out towards deep cover. It will just be the 1 to the sweeper. They need to come up with a clear plan here, Leicestershire, because at the moment they seem to just be going through the motions, hoping for a mistake from either Cox or Wesley. Maybe with somebody like an Alex Green, just go for some short ball tactics. I mean, they've got 2 men out on the boundary for the hook and pull shot, deep backward square, deep fine leg. Maybe 1 more out at deep mid-wicket as well, but he goes short on the offside, and well, that's been clattered away by Cox, and it's gone all the way for 6 out towards deep backward point. It was that short delivery, but he's just backed away as Jordan Cox. Too far down the offside though. If you're going to be bowling short with a field like this, it's got to be into the body, into that rib cage, towards the shoulder of Jordan Cox. Get him playing through the leg side. Cox moves into the 90s then, 93 from 66.
Not going to tempt fate by talking about his career statistics just yet.
Green bowls very full outside off, and that's been slashed away towards deep point. It will just be the 1. He's played just the 1 game recently for Essex this season, which was a T20 match, made 40 against Kent. Previous game before that, it was in the England Lions games against South Africa A, made 20 and 5 as Green is in, and that's been clipped away, but only as far as short mid-wicket by Wesley, no run. Before that, hadn't been in action since February, when he was playing for the Lions, a couple of games there in Abu Dhabi up against the Pakistan A side.
Don't know if you followed any of that Lions series against South Africa A, but it was a very strong South African A side.
Green back into Wesley, who's been hit by 1 on the thigh, which nips back in at him. No harm done though. End of the over. 648 for 2. Yeah, South Africa with plenty of talent to choose from these days. Always have done, really, but it's a particularly strong batch of young players coming through the ranks there. Of course, one of the matches taking place here at Grace Road. Cox making 20 in that one, the first match he was involved in that series.
And speaking of that series, coming on to bowl for Leicestershire is Rehan Ahmed, who took 6 for 34 for the Lions on Tuesday in the only game of that tour that they were able to win. So he comes in with some good bowling form. I saw some clips of the wicket, and he managed to turn it quite a long way for a few of them down at Worcester. The game was being played. I'd be surprised if he finds such turn here in the first session of the game on quite a green wicket, but I was going to say he'll be looking for some control, but the field is completely spread. 5 men out on the boundary as he comes in to Jordan Cox, who just defends and goes behind square on the offside. It's a T20 looking field here, in fact 4 on the boundary, not 5, but both men out straight and then a sweeper either side of the wicket. As he's in again, drops short, and Cox pulls and might feel he's missed out there as he picked out the short mid-wicket fielder. He has 94 of a total score of 148 as he will face up to Ahmed, and again it's on a good length from Ahmed and draws Cox forward out into the leg side.
He has got all the tricks, can bowl the wrong, and sometimes the wrong is his stock delivery. Rehan Ahmed.
As he's in again to Cox, who again is prodding forward onto the offside. Again, similarly to Cox, has been over in the IPL, didn't get any game time, but made a good return to the T20 side earlier this week as Cox pushes forward but can't beat short extra cover. Took 3 wickets on his return for Leicestershire the other night. And he'll close off a very tidy first over to Cox, who runs down the wicket and absolutely nails this one down the ground. It has sailed out of Grace Road, and that is a brilliant way to bring up a brilliant century. Jordan Cox takes his helmet off and pretends to eat something out of it, raises the bat. 100 runs from 73 deliveries. He came in with his side in all sorts of trouble at 8 for 2 in his first red ball appearance of the year, and well, he's looked completely untroubled on this way to a sparkling 100, 14 fours and 2 sixes, and yeah, brilliant innings.
12th first class century for Jordan Cox. There can't have been too many more entertaining ones. As you say, just 73 balls, coming in at 8 for 2, rescuing his side, and well, Leicestershire still just scratching their heads thinking, how are we going to get this guy out? Looks invincible at the moment at the crease. 14 fours, 2 sixes. That was a monster, wasn't it? I think I've only seen one here live at Grace Road that was bigger than that. And that was, as a kid, a very young kid, in 1996. The Indian Test team were playing a tour match here against Leicestershire, and Mohammed Azharuddin smashed a couple in that region, slightly bigger than that, but that was huge from Jordan Cox.
Certainly was. I wondered if it might be coming. 6 runs away from 100. Leg spinner on. It's not the longest straight boundaries here. Having said that, I think it would have cleared any straight boundary in the world by quite some way, but yes, both men out straight, but they weren't going to put Jordan Cox off, and if he's hitting it like that, nor should they.
It's going to be Alex Green to continue from the Bennett end. Do they persist with this field? Well, they've got the deep square leg back out on the rope, fine leg as well, but no deep mid-wicket. It is Wesley on strike. Maybe they'll go for slightly different tactics with Cox. In comes Green to Wesley. He's hit on the pads, and there's a polite appeal from behind the stumps for LBW. Look to be going way down the leg side, I think.
Just feels to me like the field at the moment is set up sort of almost for Green's bad balls. 2 men out on either side of the wicket and slightly defensive, and you're almost expecting him to spray it around slightly with the field that's been set.
Green bowls, and it's close to the outside edge of Wesley, but whizzes through to Cox, and there's no run. So Rishi Patel, the only fielder in that slip region at the moment. At first slip. There's a backward point. Apart from that, you can't quite see any sort of coherent plan here from Alex Green and Leicestershire. Decent delivery there, which is defended pretty comfortably by Wesley. Look at the run rate as well, edging closer to that 5 runs and over mark, 4.74 as things stand.
It's difficult to see where Leicestershire are going to be able to find any control as well. Because you'd suspect it would come from Ben Green, but his last couple of overs in this second spell went for quite a few.
Green bowls full, driven, but straight to short extra cover. And there is no run. Still 42 overs remaining in the day's play after this because of the delayed start we had here at Grace Road. Green runs in, bowls, and Wesley manages to work the ball off his hip out to deep backward square leg. Walks through for the single almost. He's conceded 25 runs already. There's Alex Green, 1 ball shy of bowling 5 overs. Here he is to complete his 5th over. Into Cox, down the leg side. And no run, so a tidier over there from Green, just the 1 from it. But Essex still going along very nicely indeed. 155 for 2. And that will be tea. So Essex in a wonderful position. 33 overs in this session, slightly extended session. They were 8 for 2, a couple of early wickets for Ben Green. And they've since made their way to 155 for 2. Cox remains 100 not out from just 73 balls. Tom Wesley 41 at the other end. And Leicestershire with plenty of work to do in the final session of the day. Do join us then in around 20 minutes time with Essex 155 for 2.
Welcome to East Midlands Airport, or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport, or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say the easiest Midlands airport? The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say the easiest Midlands airport? The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say the easiest Midlands airport? The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport? The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport? The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
Hello and welcome back to Grace Road for this County Championship Division 1 match between Leicestershire and Essex. Leicestershire winning the toss earlier on after a delayed start due to rain and a wet outfield, and deciding to have a bowl first, getting off to a brilliant start. 8 for 2 they had, Essex, after removing both openers cheaply. But Essex have since gone on to put on a wonderful partnership between Tom Wesley and Jordan Cox. Cox unbeaten on 100 from 74 balls. Wesley 41 from 87. Essex going along very nicely indeed on 155 for 2 off just 33 overs. At run rate 4.7 runs an over. We've got 42 overs remaining in the day's play, and thankfully it is a bright sunny afternoon now in Leicester. Nikesh Ragani here with you. Got Ollie alongside me once again. Dick just taking a short break, and Ollie, Leicestershire, I guess will need to come up with some plans. Hopefully they've been discussing some tactics during that tea interval. It is going to be Rehan Ahmed to get things back underway, and Ahmed's past the outside edge of Wesley through to Cox, no run.
Well, yeah. You mentioned just before the tea break it did look like they were just going through the motions, so
Ahmed back in, slightly short, and that's been pulled away, but straight into the hands of short mid-wicket. Well, maybe that's the way to do it. Just bowl a rank long hop. Hope the batter's still not fully acclimatised to being out in the middle. Still got his thoughts on what type of cake he had, how many sugars he put in his tea during that interval. And there you go. Finally, Leicestershire get their third breakthrough and end this wonderful partnership between Tom Wesley and Jordan Cox. It's Wesley is on his way back for 41. Rehan Ahmed with the breakthrough, and Essex now 155 for 3.
yeah, well, it's certainly not how they would have imagined to break this partnership, as could be told by Rehan Ahmed's reaction. But a wicket's a wicket, and sharp catch from Nick Kelly, because it was hit very hard, and he's pretty close in there. But you know, could this be the start of a bit of a comeback for Leicestershire? Yeah, as you mentioned, they need to come out with some sort of plan that seemed to be lacking before tea, and I don't think that would have been the plan, but well, yeah, it's a wicket in the book.
Certainly wouldn't have been part of the plan, just rank a long hop really, but it's Matt Critchley who's headed out at number 5 to join Jordan Cox, who's, as I say, unbeaten on 100 at the other end, 100 from just 74 balls. Leicestershire will feel, though, if they can get another one here pretty soon, particularly if it's Jordan Cox, but even if it's Critchley, kind of back in this game. Seeing how things can turn once side takes a couple of quick wickets. Essex, bit of work to do then, just to settle things down after that tea interval. Here is Rehan Ahmed into the new batter Critchley, who didn't have a clue about which way that one was turning. Ends up getting his bat down in time off an inside edge, but not very convincing to start his innings. Matt Critchley still got the slip in place. A bit more chatter around the bat, slightly short from Ahmed, and it's been worked away to short mid-wicket, no run. I think Ahmed needs to do now, after taking that wicket, he's got the new batter on strike, just keep him on strike, try and apply some pressure. Here he is once more, and well, Critchley manages to get the ball away past point, away for a single. Again, a little bit hesitant moving forward into that delivery. He's playing it very, very late, waiting for the turn off the pitch rather than reading it out of hand. Here's Cox then, and field goes back slightly, long on, long off, and that's Past the outside edge. Cox looking to cut. Not getting anything on it, so a wicket and just 1 run off the first over of this evening session. Essex on to 156 for 3.
Yeah, well, perfect start to the session. Tidy over from Rehan Ahmed. New man at the crease, Matt Critchley, began this season with a career best score of 173. Has had a couple of 50s since, so you know he's a genuine number 5, even with the sort of all-rounder role. So there's still a long way for Leicestershire to go. I still would probably put Essex on top with the score how it is, and with Leicestershire's batting resources weakened with the absences of Sol Budinger, Ian Holland, Johnny Tattersall and Stephen Eskenazi. They won't want Essex to get away from them as they did in the pre-tea session. Well, Alex Green will continue where he left off before tea, coming into Matt Critchley, who is forward in defence.
You mentioned there the big names missing in that Leicestershire batting lineup. I was half considering whether or not to bring my kit in today. Might get a game.
Well, it'd be interesting if there's an injury in this batting lineup where they would go next, because none of the players in the squad who aren't in the 11 are batters, and they've already had to call up Sheridan Gums from the second team on a 1-month contract, as well as Joey Everson on loan as Green is in again. It keeps a bit low as Critchley leaves through to the keeper. So yeah, I'm not sure who they'll be able to turn to if there is an injury in this game.
Well, I'm here next week, days 1 to 3. I can be available on day 4 as well, so if Claude Henderson remembers me from our Ratcliffe College days, where he used to coach me as a kid.
You fancy facing Hassan Ali?
Maybe Titch could have a word as well. We've worked together previously. I don't really fancy facing Hassan Ali though, if I'm being honest.
Green continues to Critchley, who again is forward in defence.
Lovely man though.
Yeah.
Off the field. Not when he's 22 yards away.
No, exciting to watch from up here, but
yes.
Not from the other end of the wicket. I don't know if he does his trademark celebration in county cricket or if he keeps that for the internationals.
I think he should. If he doesn't, he definitely should.
Might not get quite the same response
There might not be as many in.
As Alex Green hits Critchley high up on the thigh pad, oohs and ahs from behind the wicket.
Well, if we can get some more school kids in, I'm sure they'd love it.
I'm sure they would. Have you seen, I'm sure you probably have, when he did that celebration once and then pulled a muscle in his shoulder while doing it?
It's not what you want, is it?
Well, it's Alex Green bowling at the moment, who's yet to take his first wicket in first-class cricket. This is just his second appearance, but again, surprises Critchley a bit with the bounce there. Goes out into the offside safely enough. Leicestershire's top wicket taker in last year's one-day cut with 3 5-wicket hauls. Also took a wicket with his first ball in T20 cricket, but hasn't quite looked on it yet today. This over and his last over before tea, much improved. 1 run between them after 4 slightly loose overs to begin with. Seems to have found his length as Critchley again pushes down the wicket for no run to complete a maiden.
Talking about that celebration of Hassan Ali, one of the best in world cricket. Any other favourites of yours? I mean, I'll throw one out there. Imran Tahir, where he just runs around the whole field. I'm not sure that would work in county cricket necessarily. Maybe not on a day like this at Grace Road, where there's lots of empty seats everywhere.
Yeah, it would be tough going out to that stand in front of us where the school children were. It's now
it'd be great if they were still
empty.
here.
There's not that many who have a trademark celebration anymore, really. I'm a fan of the Bretley chainsaw.
Yep. Here comes Rehan Ahmed to begin another over. Gently driven out towards deep cover by Cox for a single. Shoaib Akhtar, where he kind of just had both arms out wide like an aeroplane, a jumbo jet about to take off. Mohamed Siraj does the Ronaldo, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Rehan Ahmed in once more. Slightly short in the air and put down. A brilliant effort from Ahmed. Diving away full length to his right. Got a hand on it. And having got a hand on it, I think he'll be disappointed not to hang on. Look at the replay. It kind of looped up. It wasn't smashed back at him. Another short delivery next up. And he's been put away. Out towards wide long on for 4. That was a frustrated looking delivery, that last one, wasn't it? Just rushed through, having put down that opportunity off the previous ball. Critchley with his first boundary.
Yeah, he hasn't quite looked comfortable yet as Critchley, but I'm sure he'll be breathing a sigh of relief after that boundary there.
Oh, it needs to be a bit fuller, and he is that time. That's defended away by Critchley for no run. Rehan Ahmed into his 3rd over of this innings. There he is once more, and that's past the outside edge. It's a lovely delivery, genuine leg spinner. Had the 1 over before tea. Now a couple after it. Here he is, very full and driven straight to mid-on for no run. End of the over. 5 from it. Essex 161 for 3. I mentioned he had 1 over before tea. Often captains do that, don't they? They chuck the ball to their spinner, see what you can do for 1 over. If you speak to a lot of spinners, they don't like that.
No.
Their thinking is, I can't get into any sort of rhythm. You're just sort of throwing it to me as a last resort. Just work some magic, see what you can do, see if there's any turn. Often spinners need to get into their groove, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, particularly a leg spinner. If you heard Shane Warne speak about the game often, his plans were sort of thinking 5 overs in advance. So, yeah, you really can't get too much going with just a single over. But the way he's bowling at the moment, I reckon we might see slightly extended spell from Ahmed, at least for sort of first 40 minutes or so of this session. Will be Alex Green to continue from the Bennett end with a bouncer that Cox lets go past. I would have said over his head, but it hasn't been given a wide, so it's adjudged to be about head height through to Ben Cox.
Had good pace on it, didn't it, that delivery?
Yeah, when I was here the other week for the T20, I found myself stood next to him at one point, Alex Green, and he's a very imposing figure, both in height and build, as he comes into Cox again, and it's short, it keeps low, and probably wasn't too far away from the off stump, but Cox with his hand on his hip, wondering what he could have done about that. He's still at the crease.
Yeah, Cox just adding 1 run so far in this evening session, 101 from 78.
As Alex Green comes in, 3 men out on the leg side, clearly bowling to a short ball plan at the moment, although that one is fuller and Cox plays into the leg side. Deep mid-wicket, deep square and fine leg, as well as a very wide mid-on, and then quite a square mid-wicket. I don't know whether that's really mid-wicket and square leg, in fact probably in on on the single on the leg side, as Green is into Cox on 101. This one's full and driven through extra cover, and Cox hardly moved after hitting the shot as it is raced away to the boundary. A lovely extra cover drive from Jordan Cox, who moves on to 105 out of a total of 165.
Yep, Cox playing that one beautifully actually. Wasn't really a genuine half volley, played it on the up. He's seeing the ball so well. Just that little bit of width allowing him to get his hands through the ball.
He'll face up to Alex Green, who again reverts to the short ball that Cox is able to keep down and pull out to deep mid-wicket for a single. He is in the England squad, is Jordan Cox. How many runs do you think he'd need today for there to be any sort of chance of him breaking
250?
into that 11?
I'd probably say. And
Yeah.
that's not to discount the talent that he's got, but just the way the England setup is at the moment, I'm not sure he'll be displacing anyone just yet.
As Green will close out his 7th over with another full delivery that's driven by Critchley, but he didn't time it, and it is no run.
You've got to look at the quality of the opposition as well. This is not a first choice Leicestershire bowling attack. That's not to say he hasn't played really well, because he has. That New Zealand bowling attack is going to be a whole different set of challenges, isn't it? So he's there or thereabouts. I guess he needs to score consistently through the season to force his way into that side. He's doing the right thing at the moment, though. As Rehan Ahmed continues, ball in hand. 53 on his back, running away from us, bowls, and slightly short. Keeps a little bit low actually. Cox looking to pull through the leg side, and the ball just skipping past his off stump. Ahmed back in. Fuller, and Cox drives gently down to long off. Easy single taken. Always a good battle when you've got a spinner in decent rhythm against a set batter like Jordan Cox, who likes to take the odd risk. Ahmed into Critchley this time, who defends off the front foot for no run. 167 for 3. Ahmed bowls, and Critchley's back punching this, but only as far as mid-on. No run. You can really see the breeze picking up out there on the trees at the far end and the roof of the marquee. Ahmed back in. Critchley not interested in taking too many risks at this stage, just defending once more. And final ball of the over. Exactly the same. Full. Critchley defends off the front foot, and there is no run. So just a single off that over. Essex on to 167 for 3. 37 overs remaining in the day's play. One thing that Ahmed does give you is he helps you with that over rate.
He certainly does. It's reading -1 at the moment. That was last updated at the tea break, so I'm sure they'll be back level soon enough, but still 37 overs during the day, as Alex Green will start a new over to Cox, back of a length, and just turned into the leg side for no run. It's bathed in sunshine now is Grace Road, and well, it's looking like summer again.
It certainly is. It's interesting though, Alex Green, he's had these 3 men out on the leg side. Very few short deliveries into the body of Cox, tempting him to play in that region.
Well, he's in, and this time it is a short ball. But Cox has found the gap, but not quite well enough to pierce the field. It will just be a single. Takes him to 108. He's played the pull shot very well today, both in front and behind of square.
At least Alex Green's making him play with that final, or that previous delivery rather. There's been too many just wide of the off stump with 3 men out on the leg side. You've got to bowl to your field.
The field changes drastically for Matt Critchley as 2 of those fielders out come into the slips, and he's drawn forward in defence. But yeah, particularly this pitch has shown a few signs of uneven bounce, a couple keeping low every now and then, so I don't think the short ball is the worst way to go, because I don't think Cox, through a combination of the way he plays and the way the pitch is behaving, I don't think Cox is going to be ducking and swaying out the way of it. I think he will look to play more often than not. But it's Critchley on strike now, so slightly more conventional field and bowling plan as he just defends into the offside. He has 5 runs from 21 deliveries, does Critchley. Came in 2 balls after the tea break, after Rehan Ahmed found the breakthrough with, I think even he would admit, a bit of a long hop that was pulled by Tom Wesley straight to short mid-wicket. So he will face Alex Green once more, and again up on his toes and defending. It has been much better from Green these last few overs. Was a bit all over the place, too full and or too short, and in his first 4 overs, but his next 4 he's come back very strongly and shown why I'm sure there's a lot of excitement around Leicester over the young man. Played for England under-19s in the World Cup over the winter. As he bangs this one in short, and Critchley comfortably pulls it into the leg side, where Lewis Hill has a juggle before throwing the ball back in. And that is the end of the over. The score is 169 for 3, and I will pass you to Nikesh and then to Dick Davis.
Thank you, Ollie. A couple of runs then off that Alex Green over. Scoring rate has come down just a touch since the tea interval. Fall of the wicket of Tom Wesley, of course, having a thing or two perhaps to do with that. New batter at the crease, Matt Critchley, just getting used to conditions out there. He's 6 from 23. He's going to be facing up here once more to Rehan Ahmed, who bowls slightly short. It's been pulled away and almost once again into the hands of short mid-wicket. Manages to beat the fielder and get it away for 4. That's the way Tom Wesley got out. It's pretty close from Critchley on that occasion once again, bouncing just short of that fielder. Welcome back, Dick.
Thanks, Nikesh. Oh, sorry, thank you very much.
Okay, we'll put 50p back in the meantime. Your microphone's back on.
That's right. So a scalp soon after tea for the home side.
Ahmed bowls very full. It's been driven straight into the covers by Critchley, and there's no run. Critchley into double figures now, 10 from 25 balls faced. Looks a threat, Rehan Ahmed, as he comes in once more, and Critchley defends with an open face to backward point, and there is no run. A pitch which is looking increasingly better for batting through the day. A wrist spinner could prove the point of difference as the next ball is defended off the back foot by Critchley. A lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Rehan Ahmed. The depleted Leicestershire bowling attack this week. He's in once more, and Critchley punches off the back foot out towards deep cover and jogs through for an easy single. Just hear the breeze picking up on our effects microphone as well. Ahmed in, and Cox works the ball straight to short mid-wicket. No runs, so 5 from the over. Essex now on to 174 for 3.
So Essex, that fall of that wicket, fall of the Essex captain Tom Wesley for 41 has slowed down the rate a bit, but Matt Critchley also likes to get on with it normally, so once he's come to terms with the pace of the wicket and the conditions generally, we may see him put bat to ball with greater purpose. We've had one more email from Phil in Billericay, who wonders why Sam Cook's not in the side. Well, yes, he is injured. Yes, he's got a hand injury, I think it is. He was seen wearing a sling on satellite television where they invited him to join their commentary on a T20 match. As Davey moves in, bowls, and that's just played out square on the off by Critchley. 11 to his name, 108 off 86 deliveries to Jordan Cox. Very valuable knock. Well, I was going to say under the circumstances, but under any circumstances, there's no such thing as an invaluable 108. Well, it depends on a non-valuable. As Davey moves in again and bowls, and that again is met with a dead bat and just trickles out on the offside. Picked up at mid-off. No addition to the score. 174 for 3.
Important for Essex just to rebuild after the loss of that wicket, not allow any momentum for Leicestershire in picking up 2 or 3 quick wickets in this session.
Well, yes, it's a long session too. There's still 34 and a bit overs to go, because play didn't start till 1:30. 75 overs. As Davey moves in from the Bennett end, right arm over the wicket to Critchley, who just plays solidly. It trickles out on the offside. No addition to that score.
If you are just joining us, it was Leicestershire who won the toss, decided to have a bowl first.
A pretty obvious decision. I'm sure Essex would have done something similar.
I think so, given the nature of the pitch, the conditions around, sort of early morning rain, the cloud cover, the green tinge on the strip out there, which is slightly changing colour now.
Play and a miss outside the off stump, and goes through the wicketkeeper, who has 2 slips keeping him company. Then a backward pointer cover and mid-off. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On the leg side there's a mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, long leg, and there's a third man I didn't quite see, but I have now. Or third, as I would think they're called now, rather than third man. As Davey moves in, bowls. That's just played solidly, diligently, defensively. It trickles out on the offside. Yeah, the third man was a famous spy film set years ago in Vienna. I think that was called The Third Man.
James Bond style film.
Yes, only long before James Bond was probably even born. As Orson Welles it was, yes. That's outside the off stump, goes through a wicketkeeper. So, good over there. And at the end of which, Essex have been put into batter 174 for 3, with Critchley not out 11, Cox 108. And for those just joining after tea, Walter for 2, Elgar for 3, Wesley for 41. In that order. On what's now turning out to be a glorious mid-June day. And they should get all these 75 overs in. After all, it's almost the lightest part of the year. Another week or so, and it will be the shortest day, longest day. I mean,
it's all downhill from there.
Yes, it is. Christmas beckons.
Comes Rehan, offers a bit of width. That's been cut in the air just past backward point. That's going to trickle away for 4. Cox giving himself some room there and playing it nicely in the end. It was airborne for a moment, but got it away from that fielder at backward point. It's another boundary for Jordan Cox. Are you staying quite close to the city centre?
Yes, in Oadby. Which
in Oadby, I live in Oadby.
Oh, right. Yes, about...
Ahmed in, and that's been cut away. Didn't time it particularly well, Cox, but we'll get a single to deep cover.
Yes, I won't tell you where I'm staying on the BBC airwaves. But yes, we came up yesterday afternoon.
Ahmed back in. Short, and that's been pulled in the air out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's gone all the way for 6 out towards the meat to our right. You can't bowl there to either of these two batters, just way too short. It was the wrong one as well, so spinning in towards the body of Critchley, who just helped it on its way. Ahmed goes fuller, maybe slightly too full, but gets away with it. It's driven to mid-on, no run.
Did Leicestershire have any other spin option?
Well, they did have Ajaz Patel, didn't they? But he's not playing in the 11 today. I think a lot of responsibility will lie on the shoulders of Rehan Ahmed. That one's been chipped slightly aerially, but past Ahmed and away for 4. Beats the chase of mid-on and mid-off, running back towards the rope. And Essex on the march again, 189 for 3 now. And
it's noticeable, I suppose unsurprising, but noticeable how much the outfield's sped up. Anyway, got quicker as play has progressed, as the day's gone on.
Final ball of Ahmed's over. It's a decent one, just outside off, but it's been pushed away by Critchley off an open face, past backward point, and away for 2. So very good over indeed from an Essex point of view. 17 runs off it. Round Ahmed, his figure's looking expensive now. 1 for 35 off just 6. Essex onto 191 for 3.
Yes, and Cox is also, it would be an exaggeration to say he's gone into his shell, but he's not as aggressive as he was in the afternoon session. Maybe he feels greater sense of responsibility, or a different sense of responsibility after tea, with the almost immediate loss of his captain, caught by Kelly, off Rian for 41. They'd only added 3 after tea. No, they hadn't added any for tea. 155 for 2, 155 for 3.
Well, Leicestershire need a bit of control now.
Yes, Davey about to bowl his 8th over, 3 of which have been maidens, and he's gone for 22, so that's only a smidden over 3 and over, which is lower than the rate, which is 4.55. He moves in now. Right arm over. Oh, Cox came down the wicket, then I think Davies saw him coming and dropped it maybe just that little bit shorter, and Cox checked his shot, didn't go through with it, and it still sort of had an upward trajectory when it left the bat, but didn't have much power behind it, so it fell safely enough. But good bit of cricket all round, really. As Davy turns. Bowls. That's gone out on the offside into the deep outfield. They only go for one. It's fielded just a few yards in from the boundary rope. Over on that far side where there's half a dozen, maybe a few more rows of green bucket seats. Yeah, it really is a most charming ground, this. I do like it. It's got lots of characteristics which sometimes the bigger test stadia don't have. Some of them can feel a bit bland and charmless. As Davy moves in now and bowls, and played solidly by Critchley, just trickles out in the offside, picked up at mid-on, who has to walk in a few yards to pick the ball up.
The one thing I would say is there's a lot of stairs to get up to the commentary position here.
There
Quite
certainly
steep
are.
stairs.
You wait till you're my age, yes. That's why I make sure I get up here in good time, so I've got my breath back by the time I'm on air.
Good job you're not wearing your heels today.
Yes, as soon as I saw the notice, I had to go back to the car and change them. As Davy moves in and bowls. And that's just played out on the onside. And apropos third man, I mentioned a sort of spy thriller, The Third Man. Also, another connection is that there are 39 steps up here, and John Buchan wrote a very famous book which became a hit play and film called The 39 Steps, of which there have been numerous versions made in celluloid or whatever films are made of, as Davy moves in and bowls. And that's just played backward of square on the offside. 192 for 3.
In all these years, I've never counted the steps up to the commentary position here, but I'm glad to know now.
I counted them to myself. I didn't have enough breath to count them out loud.
And it's not just the steps, is it? It's the level.
Yes.
You know, they're very steep.
Yes, it's
quite far apart from each other.
Yeah.
There's gaps in between as well.
Yes, that's right. You're doing me a power of good, making sure it's not just me, it's not just advancing years. That's just played off a thickish outside edge, probably. And they go through for a single down to third man. And that's the end of the over. So Cox will retain strike on 114 now off 90 deliveries, so a good rate of progress. And as I said when it's Critchley rather. As I said when he came to the wicket, that whatever the situation, Cox doesn't really know any different way of playing. Well, he might know it, but he doesn't put it into practice. Didn't have any opportunity on the tour or the IPL in the our winter.
Would have been doing a lot of training though behind the scenes as Ahmed continues and Critchley pushes into a gap on the offside for a single. A lot of players who go out there and perhaps can't force their way into the 11 do speak about, you know, the facilities that are on offer there for training, the world-class coaches that are there to sort of help you through. Andy Flower being the head coach of this particular franchise where Cox was in Bengaluru. Ahmed in once more, and Cox punches out towards deep cover off the back foot for another single.
It's interesting you say that. So it's still a very worthwhile experience, even if you never get to the wicket.
I mean, it kind of depends on your mentality as well as a batter, because, Jacob Bethel, for example, spent a lot of time out of the 11 and then forced his way in towards the end of the competition. As Ahmed's in, and this has been chipped up in the air over mid-off and away for 4. A couple of bounces into the rope. Lovely shot from Critchley down the ground. And Bethel speaks very highly of just the facilities and being able to also train with a red ball out there.
Yes.
Which, there's a bit of talk about Jofra Archer bowling in the IPL. Why wasn't he ready for the first test? He'd played a lot more cricket than a lot of the county players, or the players who were playing in county cricket, for a couple of matches in the run-up. As Ahmed forces another defensive shot, this time from Critchley. Because you've got the ability to, have Duke's cricket balls out there and be bowling in the nets, and, the teams won't hold that against you if you're preparing for a test series.
No.
As Ahmed is in, and that's been punched away. Oh, there's a bit of a misfield there at mid-wicket. Won't cost any more runs, though.
That was always going to be a single anyway, and no more.
And a gentle round of applause as that brings up the Essex 200. 200 for 3 inside the 44th over. Ahmed in, and that's been defended to short extra cover for no run.
So it's the home side that take the first bonus point by virtue of taking the 3rd wicket. And Essex are still 50 runs away from their first one. It's interesting you should point out that Andy Flower's the coach for that particular franchise, because
Another Essex man,
yes. When people ask me who was my favourite overseas player, I think sometimes it surprises people, but Andy Flower's mine, because he not only was a superb player, batsman, wicketkeeper, then a very good coach, but also a wonderful communicator. So I can imagine he made a pretty good coach, and very impressive. And he often joined us on commentary as well.
Nice.
And I'll come back to that, or during this over, because Davy's got quite a long way to wander back. As he moves in now, bowls. And yes, I remember I had Andy Flower on commentary with us, some game or other at Chelmsford. It doesn't really matter what the game was, and I said that a new batsman came in and looked around the field to see where the fielders are, and he said, "No, Dick," he said, "that's not strictly true. He's not looking round to see where the fielders are. He's looking round to see where the gaps between those fielders are."
Yes.
And I said, well, it's probably a bit of a sort of cheeky comment to make. I said, well, that's the same thing, isn't it? He said, of course it's the same thing physically, but as Davy moves in and bowls, and that's played out, well fielded, very well fielded, diving away to his left at cover. I thought it was going to be 2 or 3, but it was just 1. And Andy Flower said, yes, of course it is the same thing geographically and physically, but it's the mental approach. You're not looking to hit the ball to the fielders, you're looking to hit it through the gap. And I thought just that one comment was really very interesting. And whenever I interviewed him, which was quite frequently at the end of day, you'd ask him the question, and then there'd always be that momentary pause before he answered, rather than coming back with a glib answer straight away. And you could almost see him thinking of a constructive and an interesting answer, which it invariably was. Yeah, great fella. And that's down the leg side and nudged down to fine leg for a single.
Great thinker of the game, and
yes.
He seems to be winning a lot of franchise tournaments around the world now.
Yes, quite.
As a head coach, obviously won an Ashes series down under as England coach in 2010-11.
Yes.
Not a bad CV.
No,
I'd
not
say,
at
as
all.
a head coach and as a Test cricketer, as a Test batter.
Yeah.
Average of over 50 for Zimbabwe.
Yes, Wisden dubbed him the patron saint of losing causes. As Davy moves in and bowls, that's down the leg side, and Critchley makes a sort of, dare I say, half-hearted, always had a bit of an insult, but not a convincing waft at the ball outside as to try and hit it away on the leg side, but failed to make contact. Yeah, good job he didn't just get the edge and get caught down the leg side, or strangled as they always call it for some reason, which I don't know. As Davy moves in again and bowls to Critchley. Waits for that to come onto him and then carves that away down to third man. Well fielded, diving away to his right in front of the meat, and saves 2 runs because they go through for 2. But yeah, very good bit of fielding. The score moves on to 204 for 3, of which Critchley has 33 and Cox 116.
We've had some big cult heroes down at Essex over the years.
Yes, they have.
I'd argue not many more so than Ravi Bopara in recent times.
No.
I mean, a very popular figure.
Very popular.
Down there, and spent a little bit of time away from Essex at the back end of his career. I'll come to that in just a moment.
As Davy moves in and bowls, short of a length, pulled away to square on the onside for a single, which means he'll probably retain the strikes. I think that's the last ball of the over, and indeed it is. The umpire hands his cap back to Davy.
Yeah, I mean, wonderful character as well. He spent a bit of time on commentary on the BBC in the last few years, and
yes,
yeah, I mean, there from the very first season of the T20 Blast until last season when he was turning out for Northants and sort of went out with a bang, didn't he?
Oh yes,
making that 100 at the Oval. I mean, despite spending time away from Essex at the end of his career,
yes.
I think he'll forever go down as an Essex legend.
I think
I'm correct
so,
in
yes.
saying that.
Yeah, I mean, whenever he goes back there, he's immensely popular. Yes, he went to Sussex and then
to Northants.
Yes.
In between playing in 100 leagues around the world
Yes,
and making
quite.
a lot of money from it.
Yes. But no, a great character. A bit of a, what would be a way of putting it? Not exactly scatterbrain, but, I mean, for example, he was on air with Graham Gooch recently, and Graham Gooch came into the commentary position and Ravi was ready on, and come back to that after this delivery.
Ben Green replacing Rehan Ahmed then. Comes in, bowls, and that's defended by Critchley.
And Graham Gooch's opening comment was, "Oh, nice to see you again, Ravi. Did you get here on time for the broadcast? Because you never used to get to Essex matches in time when I was captain." And he had that sort of reputation. He famously, or notoriously, they were all meant to meet going on a test tour to West Indies.
I've heard this, yeah.
He famously met up, they were meant to meet up at Lord's.
Green in, another defensive shot by Critchley.
And he'd forgotten his passport. I don't know quite how they got over that.
But I think it wasn't just the fact he forgot his passport, he just expected somebody else to sort these things out.
Yes, I suppose that's what it was, yes.
I think he made the flight in the end. I asked him about, he was obviously T20 World Cup winner with England in 2010 as Green is in, and that's a lovely delivery past the outside edge of Critchley. Little foot movement, but it was kind of there in the slot to be driven at, maybe just a hint of away movement from Green. And I asked him about, where he keeps his medal and has he got it in a frame and things like that.
I bet he didn't know.
He says, I don't really know. I think I've got it somewhere.
Yeah.
But he said, I'll tell you, I've got one of them which I know where it is, and I'll tell you in just a moment as Green is in again, another defensive shot from Critchley. And did he win the Blast did Essex win the Blast during his time there?
No, I know he would have gone by then. It wasn't.
Was
it wasn't that long ago they won it.
I'm sure he won a trophy with Essex.
Oh yes,
probably a
did.
one-day trophy or something like that.
Or a championship.
And he's got one of those medals,
yes.
the domestic medals, hanging on the door handle. As Green is in again, and that's driven square, but straight to backward point, no run. On his toilet, on his bathroom.
So wonderful.
So he can look at it every time he's on the toilet. But he doesn't know where his World Cup winners medal is. To Typical Ravi Bapara.
Oh yes.
I guess you get all sorts, don't you? You know, you get people with memorabilia rooms, don't you?
Yes,
with
that's
signed
right.
shirts and things as Green makes his way in. That's a full delivery, defended into the offside for no run. End of the over. A maiden there from Ben Green. Essex on to 205 for 3.
Yep.
A few more words from you, Dick, and Ollie will step in for me.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. And it's going to be Ben Green now, skipper, taking over from the far end. And already has, or is it? No, perhaps it is Davies still. I just saw Ben Green taking the ball, but he was taking it in his position as captain rather than putting himself back onto bowl. So Davy it is still, played out into the covers. Well, wideish mid-off really. No addition to the score. Welcome back, Ollie. So you're playing tomorrow, what, in you said in Sussex, in Eastbourne? Or?
East Dean. It's like a nearby village on the outskirts.
Right.
I don't know if you've ever been to the Seven Sisters down that way.
Yes, near there, is it?
It's about a 5-minute drive.
Oh, right.
Division 5 of the East Sussex League, which is...
As Davy moves in and bowls. Down the leg side. Taken well by the home side skipper. So you're having a good season?
I think so. This is going to be the first game I've played.
Oh, will it?
I think they're maybe at 50-50 record. 2 wins, 2 losses, and 1 game rained off. We unfortunately got relegated last year after a lot of very close games that we seemed to end up on the losing side of all of them.
Another single produced there, played out deep cover. Oh, a lot of jangling. I think it's another email entitled Ravi Bapara from Paul. Come back to that after this delivery from Davy. I'll just read it in advance as Davy moves in and bowls. Whipped away off his toes by Critchley, and they'll go through for 1. They'll think, oh yes, the second was quite comfortably taken because the field hadn't quite caught up with it when they were in a position to turn. So 2 more runs go on to the score. 208 for 3. Paul says, loving this innings from Cox. Hopefully he can keep playing for Essex and England don't notice him. Well, it's wishful thinking, because I'm sure England will. Just to clarify, Essex won the T20 Blast in 2019, which Ravi Bapara's last season with the club. Thanks very much, Paul. Loving the commentary. Thank you very much indeed. As that's just played with authority, but only straight to mid-on. Another email clonks in. Don't know if you can hear it sort of clanging out on the laptop. Ravi won the championship. This is from Jonathan. Thanks, Jonathan. Ravi won the championship and championship Blast double in 2019. Brackets, please don't retire. You're the sound of summer for me. Oh well, no, this is my last year, so I'm told. So thanks, Jonathan. As Davy moves in and bowls, and that's pushed out to mid-on, but no addition to the score. 208 for 3. Well, at one stage they were 8 for 2, so that represents a pretty good recovery by any standards. although, it's only fair to say, and I always try and be objective about these things, the wicket has got a heck of a sight easier. You can, not only the wicket, but the outfield's quicker. But that's not to take anything away from the batsmen who have played well. Probably nobody more than the skipper, Tom Wesley, who it'll be Jordan Cox who makes the headlines because he got a brilliant century and is indeed still there on 117. But it was the skipper playing a skipper's innings, a diligent innings, 41. But he was there a long time for it, and it was he who steadied the ship and really gave Jordan Cox, you're not missing any cricket because they're having drinks, gave Jordan Cox the luxury, the levity to play his game at the other end, which he duly did. Of course, he might have done that anyway, but no, so it was a brilliant partnership in different ways. It was a partnership which yielded 147 runs.
And this partnership that's followed currently yielding 53.
Yes.
Matt Critchley started slightly nervously, I think it would be fair to say.
Undoubtedly, yes.
But he's looked pretty comfortable in this last half hour or so. Ben Green, well, just as we finish the drinks break and everything is set, he's calling Ben Cox to come up to the stumps behind the wicket. It's a slightly unconventional field here. There's a deep square leg, but well in front of square. A deep fine leg, deep third man and deep point, as Green is into Cox full and flashed out to that deep point. Went very quickly but straight to the fielder.
Well, still to come, still padded up downstairs, are the two whom I mentioned earlier on as playing having a brilliant partnership in an albeit defeat at Kibworth in the 50 over competition a few seasons ago. Because Charlie Ellison and Noah Thane still have to come in, and then Simon Harmer, who's no mug with the bat, Shane Snater, Jamie Porter, Charlie Bennett. So yeah, things are looking pretty good for Essex at the moment.
As Green is into Critchley, who drives but off the bottom of the bat. And you mentioned Simon Harmer, no mug with the bat. He's probably made more of an impact with bat in hand this season than with ball. 71 not out against Hampshire in the first game of the year, and then 80 not out in the return fixture, as well as a couple of 40s and a couple of 30s. He's a true all-rounder from those stats, coming in at number 8. As Critchley defends this next ball from the mustachioed Ben Green.
Thanks, Paul, for coming back again. Thanks for taking my advice. And congrats on your upcoming retirement. Thanks, Paul. As I said earlier, I really appreciate all emails. But, I miss Paul Newton. Well, not that he's passed on, but
as Green is in, Critchley drives and manages to find a gap past the tumbling Everson at point, and it looks like it's going to reach the boundary. A teaser for Nick Kelly, and you mentioned the outfielder sped up a bit. I certainly don't think that one would have gone all the way for 4 just after we started playing.
No.
But sun is out, and it's quite a windy day, as you can hear on our FX mic at the moment. Means this outfield has dried out very nicely, as has the pitch, making I hesitate to say making batting easier, but rather making batting slightly less difficult. There is still a bit in this pitch. We've seen a bit of variable bounce, and it's not going to be easy for the batsmen throughout this game, which as Critchley defends, which makes these this first innings and these top order contributions ever more valuable for Essex.
Yeah. Mark emails. Do you think, presumably addressed to me more than, with all due respect, more than to Ollie, do you think that Essex have a chance of winning a trophy this year? Well, they obviously have a chance in the T20, having recovered excellently in that competition.
as Greenwald finishes over to Critchley, beats him. Looking to play the cut shot, but a bit too close to him for the shot, and it goes through to Cox behind the stumps.
And of course the 50 over competition hasn't even started, so they definitely have a chance of winning that. As regards the championship, realistically, no, I don't. Well, obviously they do have a chance. I mean, there's only, a handful of, or at least a couple of handfuls of points covering most of the sides, but no, if they get mid-table security, they'll be happy. But I can't really see them winning it. If they go on and prove me wrong, there'll be nobody more delighted than I. And also, they've had 3 championship victories this year, but with due respect to Leicestershire and Hampshire, those victories were all against sides that at the moment are in the bottom 2 of the table. So you have to be very realistic in, well, I was going to say in cricket, in this world you do. As Scriven it is now taking over the bowling from the far end, which is the Bennett end. His 6 earlier overs cost him 21 runs. And so 213 for 3. Cox has considerably more than half of those at 118. Critchley on 40. And in a way, that's just played out down to third man for a single. Brown throws it in underarm. And in a way, I suppose Walter and Elgar, who made 5 between them, will feel they've missed out. But on the other hand, it was really tricky the first hour or so. And they were sort of almost sacrificial lambs. So I was going to say they can't be too disappointed. They will be disappointed, but realistically it was, as I say, very challenging. As adjustment to the field is the reason for the delay. But now Scriven's on his way for the 3rd ball of his 7th over. And that's just played very pleasantly for 4 runs, driven just to the leg side of straight, and finished up with Critchley playing it off the front foot, really, just one-footed. And score 218 for 3. Scriven again. In and bowls. Just pushed out in the offside. So do you go down to Sussex tomorrow morning or this evening?
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah. What time does it start?
The cricket?
Yeah.
Starts at 1.
1.
So the train I'm getting is at about 6:30 in the morning.
Right.
But I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. And so that's played out deep onto the offside for a single. So do you go there and back in a day?
No, I'm staying there afterwards,
right.
And just here for the one day covering for
Oh yes,
Adam Whitty, who is off with the Leicester Tigers, who begin their semi-final in a couple of hours.
Down the road at Northampton at Franklin's Gardens. As Scriven moves in and bowls. And Cox makes a very slight sort of half a pace down the wicket and gets the pitch for it, but still only manages to drill it out to short mid-wicket. No addition to the score of 219 for 3, of which Cox has 119. Critchley 45. The other main contributor being skipper Tom Westley with a very valuable 41. So what's your contribution to the side? Batting, bowling, all-rounding?
Tend to bat. Occasionally we'll bowl a few overs, but looking at the makeup of our team tomorrow, I don't think I'll be called upon.
Right.
Bat number 4 or 5, sort of depending on how things go. As Ben Green will start his 13th over, the stand-in captain in Ian Holland's absence, and it's a genuine edge past the only slip that is in at the moment.
And who do you say you play for? May as well give them a shout.
Eastdean and Friston Cricket Club.
Right. Eastdean?
Yes.
Eastdean. Oh, I see. Yes, Eastdean. Yeah. They got a pleasant ground of their own, pleasant home ground?
Yeah, it's very nice.
Oh.
We've only got a proper groundsman and covers a few years ago, so the wicket is not always a batter's dream, as
right.
Green is into Cox, who wristily works this 2 mid-on. But it's definitely improving, but the scenery is very nice. Great views of the South Downs and the cliffs. On a day like today, it would be lovely down there.
Yes.
I think we're due for more of the same weather tomorrow, which would be nice.
I think so, yes.
As Cox smashes this one down the ground, but straight into the feet of Ben Green. It was almost a helicopter shot from Cox, who
it was.
Whipped his wrists around, and that was Ben Green has inadvertently saved 4 runs there. Didn't have the time to even bend down in his follow through to try and stop that ball, but it hit him, which prevented any runs being scored. As he's in once more, and again Cox going for a big shot over the offside, misses this one through to the wicket keeper. The field is set quite close in on the offside. There's a short extra cover mid-off, a slightly deeper conventional cover, and then a sort of floating gully third man. So Cox clearly looking to take the aerial route over the offside off that last delivery, and this time he just steers it down too deep third man for a single. He continues to look completely comfortable. Does Jordan Cox?
He does indeed, yes.
Which is exactly what Essex fans would have been hoping for.
Yeah.
And, might make them slightly miffed that he hasn't been available earlier this year.
Oh yes, they make no bones about that on social media.
As Critchley comes on strike while Green finishes his over, and it's just played out to mid-off for no run. So tidy over from Ben Green, just 2 runs from it, as Leicestershire seek to regain a touch of control in this match. 221 for 3 is the score after 50 overs.
Presumably Sussex is your first allegiance of the 18 counties.
Yes.
Yeah. Fair enough.
They're doing well. They're having a very good season actually. If it weren't for the points deduction, they'd be right at the top of the table, level on points with Nottinghamshire. Yes,
there's very few points covering most of the teams, as that's just played correctly with a high left elbow, leading elbow by Cox into the offside.
And
no addition.
They're having a very good day today, are Sussex, playing against Glamorgan down in Hove. Bowled first and dismissed Glamorgan for 155 and are currently 96 for 1. So obviously far too early to say anything, but the early signs hinting at maybe another win.
Yes. That's just pushed out to mid-on. Yes, I've literally lost count of the number of games I've covered down at Hove, one of my ground I really like. The screech of the seagulls and watching them soar in the sky. As well as the cricket.
It's maybe the only place in England where you can watch the cricket from a deck chair as well.
Yes. Yeah, good point. Well, certainly probably the only headquarters ground. Yeah, I mean, obviously once you get to outgrounds, then at some it's almost recommended that you take your own seating. But yeah, as Scriven walks back to his mark, turns just by or past a little patch of sawdust, moves in now, bowls to Cox, who plays that very correctly again, and it's pushed out to mid-off, to cover point, covers. Not even cover point, cover.
Of course, Sussex and Essex, the only two sides in the Division 1 with 3 wins this year.
Yes, they are.
In the Championship.
Yeah. Scriven moves in again and bowls. And again, Cox makes takes half a pace forward, but still can do no more than push it out mid-off. So, well, Scriven is on the brink of bowling a maiden to Cox, which is quite an achievement, really. The mood Cox is in, well, the same mood as usual, I suppose. So he'll probably be very aware of that. That would be a nice achievement for him. But, oh, dear oh Lord, I talked him out of that, didn't I? I'm sorry. Very slightly overpitched, maybe, and a little bit outside the off stump. And Cox picked up a couple of runs to deep cover. But nevertheless, a very good over, which obviously yielded just the 2 runs.
Yeah, he has slowed slightly since the tea break, been slightly starved of strike. Went into tea 100 exactly from 74 balls, so since then has 22 runs from 36 balls. In contrast, Critchley has faced 70 deliveries in the same amount of time, so Leicestershire doing a pretty good job at keeping Essex quieter than they were before.
Yes.
The run rate is still well over 4 as Green begins this next over to Critchley, who defends. But yeah, there's at least some level of control now for the Leicestershire bowlers, which was found lacking before the tea break.
Yes, it did go through a bit of an indifferent phase.
Green will come in to Matt Critchley, who defends this one down onto his toes, I think, before rolling out into the offside. $223 for 3 is the score, and are now sun-baked Uptonsteel Grace Road as Green comes in once more to Critchley, who again defends, and this is good from Green.
It is.
He's been Leicestershire's best bowler throughout the season, and today has been no exception. He's just needs to find a bit of support from the other end. He's taken 2 of the 3 wickets to fall, and the third, I think all of the Leicestershire team will admit that they were a bit lucky to take that 3rd wicket. The way it fell as Critchley drives for no run. Bit of a long hop from Rehan Ahmed taking that 3rd wicket. There
were literally hundreds of school children here earlier, but understandably, as it's now 25 past 5, they've long since gone.
Green is again driven back down the ground by Critchley. There's a fair few people in underneath us, so it
Yes.
may look like the ground's pretty empty from our vantage point, but went down there a few minutes ago, and it's well populated in front of the pavilion.
Oh yes, yes.
It's nice and warm down there as well, despite the gusty wind, as Critchley just plays this one out to the offside sweeper for a single.
Yes, there's a balcony up here, but very few people come up here. In fact, at the moment, there's only my wife, so she's got the pick of all the seats in the balcony stand, or whatever it's called. I did see the official name for it, but I don't know what that is. Yeah, Mike emails saying, yes, he never lets me forget that I once said on air that I like toasted cheese or toasted cheese and ham sandwiches. He said, hope you're having a toasty up there. It's a red Leicester. Oh yes, no doubt I will be sampling such a delicacy. Thanks, Mike. From North London. That's drilled straight, and in fact so straight that the builder at mid-on had to make a few yards to his left, and he shied at the stumps at the bowler's end and did indeed dislodge one of the bails in the process, but Critchley had got home, if not comfortably, sufficiently early to beat the throw.
I think it was a direct hit as well from.
Oh yes,
Alex
it
Green.
was. Yeah, Scriven moves in again and bowls, and that's just nudged away on the onside. They don't really think about a singles. It's not very far from the man at mid wicket. Had to make take a couple of paces, half a dozen perhaps to his right, but no real threat. And Scriven in again, whips it off his toes, and again straight to the fielder mid-on.
It was a good stop from Rishi Patel. They've fielded well today, have
Yes.
Leicestershire.
Yes, they have.
Can easily not be the case in a difficult day when you're being hit for a few runs. The fielding can sometimes slack, but keeping the standards high.
Yeah. It's played solidly, defensively by Cox. And Rishi Patel, of course, well maybe not of course, but former Essex player. And I was one of several who were a little bit surprised that Essex let him go. I thought he had tremendous potential. And he seems not to have proved me too far wrong since he's moved up here. He's been a pretty major contributor to the Leicestershire top order, and that's just whipped away off his legs, backward of square for a single.
Yeah, he's 458 runs this season,
Has he?
averaging almost 46.
Oh, that's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah.
800s in his first-class career, including one this year down at the Oval, 164. So, out of the players playing today, he's topping the Leicestershire run charts this year.
Yeah. Scriven moves in now, bowls, and that concludes the over. And Essex moved on to 226 for 3. Cox has 123, Critchley 48, and after a few more words from Ollie, he will indeed be joined by Nikesh.
Yeah, well, again, it's one of these passages where Leicestershire seem slightly as though they're going through the motions, but at least there's they're not leaking runs as much as they were before the tea break. Ben Green and Tom Scriven appearing to apply a bit of control here and have stemmed the flow, because at one stage it looked like Essex could run away with this by the close of play. Still 22 overs left in the day, as Ben Green will start his 15th over into Jordan Cox, who's slashing this one to the offside sweeper. And well, it's difficult times for Ben Green at the moment as the captain. Don't know who you would turn to in this situation, Nikesh.
It's a difficult one, isn't it, with the bowling attack at Leicestershire's disposal today. Rehan Ahmed showed signs, didn't he, early on?
It's Green into Critchley, who guides this down to deep third for another single, moves him on to 49.
Davies had a few sort of spells where he's looked tidy enough but hasn't been much of a threat. Everson's been a little bit expensive. Alex Green, inexperienced really. Disappointing that he wasn't really bowling to his field at one point to Jordan Cox.
As Cox will face Green, and again, very similar shot to the first ball of the over, takes a single out to the offside sweeper, deep cover point sort of position. Yeah, I think you mentioned that Davey didn't look particularly threatening despite keeping it tidy, and I think that's been the issue today for Leicestershire in general. They haven't threatened really past that first 40 minutes or so, as Green is in and defended by Matt Critchley into the offside.
If you're Cox at the moment, you've done all the hard work, made things look very easy so far. Still a long way to go, but he'd love to bat out these 21 overs, be not out at the end of the day.
He certainly would, but Critchley is going to reach his half century there. It might go all the way for 4, you know, it does. It was sort of a late cut, just used the pace of Ben Green's delivery to get it through backward point, and Matt Critchley goes to 53 from 81 deliveries. It's his 4th score of 50 plus this season, and his the 35th half century of his career.
It's been a really good knock. Took a bit of time to get going. Knew he had that time though, and didn't allow Leicestershire to pick up 2 quick wickets.
As Green finishes his over with a ball that's driven off the lower half of the bat down the wicket.
Did offer a chance to Rehan Ahmed early on, that caught and bowled opportunity when he was still in single figures, Critchley. Difficult chance, but having got his hand to it, Rehan Ahmed, you would have expected him to have maybe held on. It wasn't to be though, and Critchley still there. This partnership now worth 78 runs between Cox and Critchley. So 2 very good partnerships across this innings, putting Essex in a very commanding position so far. Run rate might have dropped slightly in this session, but they won't mind that, Essex. Still going at over 4 runs and over, making things look pretty simple. It's Tom Scriven has ball in hand, running towards us from the Bennett end. Bowls, and it's driven straight. Got a hand on it, did Scriven, to prevent any runs. Cox still looking to attack, taking a shimmy down the wicket, trying to get closer to the pitch of the ball. Comes Scriven once more, and Cox attempts a drive, doesn't get anything on it, through to the keeper, and there's no run. If they can get to sort of somewhere in the region of 300, just above, for the loss of no more than another wicket maybe, Essex. A fabulous day's play, and I guess despite the lost overs, as Scriven is in, and that's driven straight to extra cover by Cox, despite the late start and the loss of overs, they haven't really sort of lost out too much, Essex, you'd feel. 300 odd for 4, end of the first day's play. I'd say that would be a successful day all round for them.
Absolutely. And especially when you consider Leicestershire's batting form against their bowling lineup.
Scriven bowls, and Cox again looking to drive on the up, finds the gap there just wide of mid-off. Throw comes in, hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, but thankfully for Leicestershire there was some decent backing up. Rishi Patel there putting in the dive with the deflection off the stumps, preventing any extra runs. And what was it, 60 all out last time they played against Essex?
Yeah, after having a lead of 40 runs from the first innings.
Scriven bowls another full ball, and that's been beautifully played by Critchley. Just lent on it, sends the ball to wide long on for 4. All timing on that occasion. Never a pretty sight as a seamer when you're bending your back, giving it all you've got, and the batter just flicks it away like that. So elegant. Scriven tries once more, pulls back his length just a touch, and it's been played straight back down the ground to him in his follow through to finish off the over. Another good one for Essex, with the boundary coming off it. 5 from the over. They're up to 238 for 3. Cox 126. Critchley now on to 57. 20 overs exactly remaining in the day's play. Change of gloves or something for the Essex batters there. A chance to grab a quick drink as well. Pretty warm conditions out in the middle.
Yeah, it's become a pretty hot day, unexpectedly in the end. And looks like Rehan Ahmed is going to have another go from this pavilion end. I just wonder whether Leicestershire might be slightly regretting their choice in not picking Ajaz Patel on a day like today. We haven't seen much spin offered on the track, but just someone to try and provide a bit of control from one end.
Yeah, absolutely. Just somebody to put the brakes on, bowl wicket to wicket. So much experience in the form of Ajaz Patel, having played a lot of international cricket for New Zealand.
But as it is, it's going to be Ahmed to try and do that job. Coming into Jordan Cox, floats this one up, and Cox drives down the ground. Both fielders are on the boundary straight, so he'll take a comfortable single. It was a mixed first spell from Rehan Ahmed. 7 overs, 1 for 42 at exactly a run a ball. But a few challenging deliveries and challenging overs in there, but also perhaps tended to drop on the short side slightly too often. This one's nice and full though, but Matt Critchley ploughs it away through cow corner. It was a proper, well, a bit of a hoik, but he got plenty of it, and there was no danger in that shot at all. 4 runs to Matt Critchley.
Sounded so good off the bat though, didn't it?
Yeah, took it from just outside off stump over mid-on. Ahmed bowls a bit flatter this time, and Critchley punches off the back foot.
With that previous one, mid-on was on the single. Critchley probably thought to himself, well, hang on, show me a bit of respect as well, I can smash it there too.
And mid-on has now moved back, so he does the wise thing and knocks it to him for another single. It's difficult for Ahmed here, bowling on a pitch that's not going to offer him much at 2 very well set batsmen. As Cox again takes a single down to long off, and you suspect that's all Essex will look to do off Ahmed, just take a few singles, and the nature of bowling leg spin, the chances are there'll be a bad ball every over or two. Ahmed finishes his over with a flatter delivery that's played off the back foot for another single out to long on, and that is the end of the over. Ben Cox had come halfway down the wicket the previous ball thinking it was already the end of the over, but it is now 246 for 3. It's just difficult to see at the moment where this next wicket might come for Leicestershire.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Somerset up against Notts, 231 for 4 Somerset. All action between Sussex and Glamorgan. There's a delay in play at the moment, but Glamorgan all out for 155, Sussex 108 for 1 in reply, and Yorkshire 329 for 4 up against Warwickshire. It's going to be Tom Scriven here from the Bennett end. He's ready, just waiting for Matt Critchley to get down in his stance, which he is now. And in comes Scriven. Critchley drives gently to mid-on, who's quite far back there, and helps himself to an easy single. Can never understand that. You're either catching, saving a single, or saving a boundary, and he's doing none of the above there.
Yeah, that's not the first time they've taken a single to him at mid-on either. But just seems a bit flat at the moment for Leicestershire, and I think that epitomises it.
Scriven in, and a bit of extra bounce there as Cox defends into the offside. There is no run. Bit of a mixed bag then in terms of run scoring around the country today. Mixed bag in terms of weather as well. Really does seem like a different day this afternoon as Scriven's in, and that's driven off an inside edge out towards deep backward square leg in the end by Cox. Didn't want it to go there, but helps himself to a couple of runs. I think the weather looks pretty good for the next couple of days at least. Should be set fair. It's meant to be pretty cloudy over Saturday and Sunday, but doesn't look like there's rain forecast. Scriven's in, and that's a much better looking shot from Cox, but he's not going to get any runs for it. Straight to mid-on. I'd say the weather over the last sort of 2 or 3 weeks, typical English weather, isn't it? 30 degrees followed by a week of rain, and then a bit of everything this week. Scriven bowls once more. This has been tucked off the hip of Cox out towards deep backward square into a slight gap, and there's a slight fumble, so comfortable 2. And that's the 250 for Essex. 251 for 3. First batting bonus point secured.
You mentioned the variable weather. Wednesday afternoon had, at least in Nottingham, had hailstorm, thunder and lightning and bright sunshine.
Scriven bowls and Cox defends. Yeah, I've seen a bit of that in Leicestershire as well over the course of the last week. End of the over, 251 for 3. That heat wave we had seems like a long time ago now, doesn't it?
It certainly does. It's meant to be back up to 26 degrees by this time next week, but I'm sure that will change somewhat over the coming week. It never
always changes, doesn't it? I mean, just a few days ago I checked the forecast for this weekend and it was meant to be 26 on Saturday, 27 on Sunday, bright sunshine. It's down to, 18 now.
Be interested to know what the temperature is now, which probably feels warmer here in the commentary box because we don't have the wind and we've got the sun shining through the window, but
apparently it's 20 degrees, feels like 17 because of the wind.
Well, a big cloud is just crossing over the sun as Ahmed will begin his next over to Critchley, who's lunging forward, playing for no run into the offside. You can still hear that wind on the effects mic. Hasn't affected play at all today, as this time Critchley gets it straighter than the short extra cover and will take a single down too long off. The partnership goes on to 97, score at 252, and this is flatter from Ahmed but too straight, and Cox just helps it on its way down the leg side. It's going to be a teaser for Alex Green. It will go for a boundary and bring up the 100 partnership between Jordan Cox and Matt Critchley, and an assured partnership it has been. So there was a chance, Critchley coming in 3 balls after tea, that Leicestershire could have got themselves back into this game, but these two have got rid of any of that chance as Cox plays firmly off the back foot into the offside for no run.
Yep, just that one caught and bowled opportunity for Rehan Ahmed. Apart from that, they've been very assured at the crease.
Again, flatter and hit dismissively by Cox, but there are men covering the boundary and it's a single too long on. Cox now has 137, still has significantly over half of the Essex runs, as Critchley will add another single down the ground. So 7 runs taken from that over, moves the score to 258 for 3. With 17 overs of play left tonight, I'm sure we will get all of them in. The skies clear and look clear for the foreseeable future as well.
So we've got a change in bowling from the Bennett end as well. Alex Green looks to have ball in hand. It's the unmistakable figure of Alex Green, towering above all his colleagues.
Yeah, he must be 3 or 4 inches taller than anyone else in the team.
No Josh Hull playing today, of course. Another big unit. Right, 258 for 3. Leicestershire in need of some magic. Will Alex Green be the man to provide it? In he comes, bowls. That's been flicked away down towards fine leg. I think might be signalled as leg byes. We'll wait for the umpire. No, bit of bat involved from Critchley. Helps himself to another run.
Well, they're putting a third man back on the leg side boundary as they did earlier to Cox. Wonder if some short balls will be coming here.
If you're going to have a field like that, you've got to bang it short into the body of Cox. Here is Green, and well, slightly short, but down the offside, and that's been carved away for 4. Down to deep third. So again, Green either getting his radar completely wrong or just not in any kind of communication with his skipper. If that is the plan, then it's probably not a bad option at this stage when you're a little bit desperate. It's the old Ben Stokes tactic, isn't it? At the England Test team, when you're struggling to take a wicket, just bang it in short, put men back on the rope on the leg side. Green, he goes full on the offside for this one, and that's been driven away for 4 through a massive gap there at extra cover. Poor bowling from Alex Green, really, with a field like this, to a set batter like Jordan Cox, who's now on 145 not out. It's feeding him an off-stump half volley when you've got 3 men back on the pull or hook.
Yeah, I mean, you've pretty much got quite straight mid-off, and then no one between him and point. And it's not like the pitch is doing all sorts of things trying to entice a drive to be caught in the slips, because there are no slips.
Yeah. Right, Green tries once more, and that's a better line, but slightly too full. It's been flicked away down to fine leg by Cox. Another easy single. I mean, it can often be easy sitting up here in the commentary box and saying you should be bowling here, but well, if you can't get it right more often than not, then maybe change your field and change your plan. Right, more orthodox field now with Critchley back on strike. Slip in place, short extra cover. That's full on the pads and flicked away wide of mid-on. It's racing away towards the boundary. It's not quite going to get there. It'll be a comfortable 3 to Matt Critchley. So you put men on the offside and you bowl on the leg side.
Yeah, there's just runs all over the ground at the moment. Leicestershire bowlers haven't been accurate enough, which has meant Ben Green as captain has had to put plenty of men on the boundary, which means even when they do get it right, the Essex batters are still taking easy singles.
Here is Green once more, and that's down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 byes. Slight fumble by Cox behind the stumps, who got a bit of an awkward bounce, I think. Ball bouncing just before him, not helped out by his bowler there. Way down the leg side, and yeah, maybe you'd expect Cox to do a little bit better behind the stumps, but shouldn't be bowling there in the first place. Alex Green. Finally, end of the over. Seemed like a long one, didn't it? It went on forever. 275 for 3.
And the Essex substitute fielders seem to be on every over or 2 at the moment. Getting Jordan Cox a drink of water and I think some new gloves. It
Surely no tactical reason, because things are going fine as they are out there.
I think it probably is quite warm under a helmet today. The pitch being baked in sunlight at the moment.
He has just come from Bengaluru in southern India, where it's about 40 degrees. I'm sure he'll be all right, but he hasn't had that much time out in the middle, has he? Looks as though it's going to be Rehan Ahmed to continue. It might be worth at this stage just throwing the ball to somebody like a Rishi Patel for a couple of overs, see what happens. Force a mistake. Critchley probably got eyes on 100 already, 70 not out. Cox certainly eyes on 150, he's 4 runs away.
Yeah, well, he has taken a wicket this year in the county championship, has Patel. First game of the season against Sussex. But it's Ahmed for now, who's dropping slightly short, and Critchley is able to steer this into the offside for a single. Jordan Cox will regain the strike. And he's slightly off the leading edge, goes out to sort of short third man. Cox, who brought up his 100 with an enormous 6 off Ahmed, is now gone. No, he's dropped. He was looking for the expansive drive through extra cover. It was slightly aerial. It was a difficult chance for Sheldon Gums in at short extra, but one that he needed to take. And, well, it's gone down. And Cox pushes this next ball into the leg side for no run. And, well, if that doesn't sum up Leicestershire's day, I don't know what does. Ahmed flatter this time and pulled dismissively from Jordan Cox. I think the short mid-wicket fielder must have got a hand to it, because it slowed down a lot on its way into the leg side. Just a single.
You've got to take your chances, especially in situations like this.
Ahmed finishes his over with a dot ball to Matt Critchley. Yeah, and you know, you'd expect it to be one of your strongest fielders in that position at short extra cover. He's been fielding in the slips as well this morning as Gums, and I'm sure he'd back himself to take those catches 9 times out of 10, but couldn't quite cling on to it today.
So Cox survives then. He's there on 147 not out. Partnership worth 122. It's going to be Alex Green once more from the Bennett end. Ben Green going over and having another chat to him. We're going to switch up the field here. So they are bringing in an extra cover. Now they've only got 2 men out on the hook shot, and a sort of wideish fine leg and deep square leg. Conventional mid-wicket in place. As Green comes in bowls, and that's been punched on the up, but straight to backward point, no run.
They don't seem in any great rush between the overs to Leicestershire. The over 8's only reading -1, but it hasn't felt like they've been, like they've been getting through the overs quickly. But I guess Ahmed, bowls his overs very well, little delay between deliveries.
Green bowls, and Cox again punches to backward point for no run. There's no urgency. It's horrible as a fielding side when you're in this sort of position, especially if you're not a bowler and you're kind of out there. things can go a bit flat when you're just up against it. Wickets aren't falling, chances aren't being created. And the couple that have in this session, after the fall of that third wicket, have been put down. Green bowls down the leg side. No run. Lucky didn't get anything on that one. Alex Green rather. Could have been another 4 down towards fine leg. Just needed to get a slight tickle on it. Cox. That could well have been his 150.
Yeah, they've moved fine leg a lot wider, so anything on it would have certainly been a boundary.
Green bowl short, and that's been pulled away to deep square leg by Cox. Takes a single. 278 for 3. Scoreboard reading 1 point each so far, but that doesn't tell the story of the day. As Green runs in bowls, and that's been defended to short mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Yeah, I'm sure this was not what Ben Green had in mind after winning the toss this morning. Looks like Essex will be closing the day out on about 350 in the end.
Yep. Final ball of the over. Green in. Slightly short. It's been pulled away just wide of mid-on. They do sneak through for a single, so it will be Critchley who retains strike with Essex on 279 for 3. And Ollie, you'll take over and I'll make way for Dick Davis.
Well, the umpires are coming together to have some sort of discussion. I can't imagine what that would be about, but certainly won't be about the light. The sun is beating down on the Uptonsteel Grace Road. Rehan Ahmed is going to continue. He has 10 overs, 1 for 59, and well, he could have had 2 more. He's dropped a chance off his own bowling and had one dropped by Sheldon Gums on first class debut. He's in, and Critchley plays back up the wicket for no run. Critchley 72, Jordan Cox 148. This partnership worth 124 at the moment, as Ahmed is in and Critchley pushing forward into the offside for no run. And it's just looking really flat out there at the moment. Plenty of fielders with their hands on their hips, as Ahmed is in again and played straight down the wicket for no run. Just looking for some sort of control with 13 overs left after this one. Ahmed looking for something off this wicket. He can't find it. That delivery as Critchley again defends into the offside. Tidy over from Ahmed so far. 4 dot balls, all perfectly on the money. And again, Critchley going right back in his crease and looking to work this one into a gap, but can't find it, so will be another dot ball. And Ahmed finishes his over with a single taken down too long on. Well, welcome to listeners on BBC Radio Leicester. The score is now 280 for 3. Leicestershire having won the toss and chosen to bowl first, had Essex at 8 for 2 at one point. It's been an excellent recovery led by Jordan Cox, who has 148 not out. There are still 13 overs left in the day's play today, as Alex Green will bowl the next one of these, and Critchley helps it down to deep third man for a single. And I'm joined by Dick Davis of BBC Radio Essex. And your thoughts on the day so far?
Well, obviously with my Essex hat on, yes, it's a splendid recovery. I mean, it was a toss that you wanted to win and wanted to field first, because everything about it said, it's going to be really tricky in the opening overs.
As Green comes in again, and this one seems to get a bit of extra bounce and hits Cox up near the gloves.
As indeed it was extremely tricky, and that's why, after quite a few overs, Essex found themselves at 8 for 2 with Walter out for 2 and Elgar out for 3, both to standing captain Ben Green. But since then, yes, I mean, Cox and I to a certain extent, come back to that after Slimmery.
Cox will face Alex Green once more and drives this straight down the ground. It beats the diving mid-on fielder. It goes away for another boundary, and it brings up a magnificent 150 for Jordan Cox. 152 runs from just 144 deliveries. Tells you how well he has been seeing and hitting the ball. 20th 4 to go alongside 2 sixes, one of which left Grace Road completely.
Yes, it did, didn't it? Yes, I was going to say, obviously, and rightly so, it'll be Cox that gets most of the headlines and the attention. But as captain, especially, Tom Wesley did a superb job in righting the ship.
Alex Green in again and defended by Cox.
Yeah, Wesley's innings was, whereas Cox plays as he always does, very aggressively, Wesley displayed great diligence and yes, he played an obdurate innings, and I think it was, very, very, he played a very major contribution in Essex's recovery, because if they'd suddenly lost a third wicket for only a dozen or so runs, then it would have been difficult to come back from that.
Alex Green in once more, and this is flicked wide of the diving mid-wicket fielder for 4 more. Jordan Cox is making things look easy today. He has 156 to his name now. And Leicestershire are a depleted side at the moment. They've made 8 changes from their last county championship appearance. Plenty of players missing for a variety of reasons. Captain Ian Holland has gone off to the US for the Major League Cricket. Sol Budinger is injured, as is Johnny Tattersall, as Green continues. And this one is helped down to fine leg for a single from Jordan Cox. Eskenazi is missing for personal reasons. Jake Weatherald, who was so good in the first half of the championship for Leicestershire, he was always only going to play the first half of the season, but it's left Leicestershire looking a bit short of ideas today.
Well, it has really, yes, and they may have, if not banking on, hoping that Rehan, who's about to bowl again, would be the mainstay and help their recovery. And well, he did get the wicket of Wesley, but maybe somewhat fortuitously, and really he's gone for 1 for 60 off 11 overs. I mean, that's well over 5 and over 5.5. Yes, even he hasn't really applied the pressure which was applied initially, and then Leicestershire would have been anxious to carry on turning the screw as Rehan moves in and bowls from the pavilion end, and it's played pleasantly and correctly by Cox, just pushing it out to long off in front of us. They go through for a single, so each side has a bonus point. Leicestershire by virtue of taking 3 wickets, and Essex by virtue of reaching 250, and they're not that far away from the 300. And that's played back to Rehan. So I'm tempted to say whatever happens with the remaining 11 and a bit overs, Essex will have had a good day. And that's just played with studied defence by Critchley, getting right forward, smothering any spin there might be. And there's appreciable spin, a wrist spinner, Rehan. And, well, obviously most cricket followers know the impact he's had on the game in a remarkably short time. As he moves in now and bowls. And yes, he really does give it a rip. You can see the wrist really turning the ball. He bowls, I mean, basically he's bowling the same sort of stuff as Critchley does. Only he delivers it from a much lower arm, partly because he's a shorter player anyway, and he has that sort of delivery, whereas Critchley is a tall man and generally sort of brings it over the top. As Rehan moves in again and bowls to Critchley, former Derbyshire player, and he just pushes it out for a single down to mid-wicket. And Rehan takes his cap from the umpire, and with that being the last ball of the over, Critchley will retain the strike with 75 against his name. Cox 158 and Essex 292 for 3.
You are listening to live cricket from Division 1 of the County Championship between Leicestershire and Essex, with myself, Oliver Shooksmith, standing in for Adam Whitty, who is down in Northampton, ready for the Tigers semi-final, which gets underway in about half an hour, I think. Or is it an hour and a half?
7:45, he told me.
An hour
yes.
and a half then.
Hour and a half.
And I am joined by Dick Davis of BBC Radio Essex. It will be Joey Everson, who's a loan signing for Leicestershire for 2 games due to the shortage of players that they have at the moment. He's an all-rounder, is Everson. Similar sort of player to Ian Holland, really.
Is that from Kent?
Yes.
Yes, I thought so.
He's bowled 5 overs so far for 29 runs. Perfectly tidy without looking threatening, which has probably been the case for most of the Leicestershire bowlers today. He's got a very straight, short mid-on who's practically holding hands with the non-striking batsman. As Critchley helps this one down into a gap at third man, and he will help himself to 4 runs. Back of a length from Everson and a bit wide, and 4 runs.
Yes, I think this business of having players on loan divides opinion, but I think it's a very good idea. Very good idea.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm sure Kent will be happy for Everson to be getting some game time,
yes,
if
exactly.
they weren't going to be playing him,
and for obvious reasons, you can't lend a player to a side that's in the same division. So it's because Kent are in Division 2 and that they can borrow Everson.
There's a few adjustments being made to the field. Rehan Ahmed has gone down where that last delivery went to the boundary. Essex approaching their second bonus point, which will come at 300 as Critchley defends. They're just 4 runs shy at the moment, and this partnership has reached 141. There've been a couple of opportunities to end it, both off the bowling of Rehan Ahmed. 2 dropped catches, both difficult chances, as Critchley again punches into the offside for no run. Yeah, 2 difficult chances, but I think both of them, Ahmed himself the first chance and Sheldon Gums the second, I think they would both expect themselves to take the catches. And if they had, it could be a different story here.
Could indeed.
Everson in once again, and Critchley flashes this one away for 4 runs. They'd moved the fielder from deep point to deep third man, so Critchley says
thank you.
Yeah, and helps himself to 4 runs where Rehan Ahmed had been, and that is the 300 up. So Essex get their second batting point moments before 6:15 here on the first day of play, where we had the entire morning session washed out, but you wouldn't know it from the rate Essex have been scoring at.
No.
As this is a dot ball played down the ground.
And for those who don't know, bonus points are available for the first 110 overs, and Essex so far, well, if there's 10 to go more or less, and there were 75 in the day, then even my arithmetic can come to the conclusion there were 65. So there's still, it's not much more than halfway into the overs in which bonus points are available. Sorry.
It's another dot ball to end Joey Everson's over. Yeah, they're well on track to get the full bonus points, which come at 450.
Yes. Another aspect of the cricket season, which has only been introduced this season, another thing that divides opinion. I'd be interested to know yours. What do you think of this substitution regulation?
I think it's a pretty fair rule. You know, you don't want to see a game where, for example, this morning had Ben Green got injured in his second over.
No.
Leicestershire would be left without a captain and an opening bowler.
No, I agree entirely, but some people wouldn't. Rehan, short of a length, pulled away on the onside, and it goes for 4 runs down towards the meet at, don't like to refer to it as cow corner, but it's usually more likely to be referred to cow corner when it's in the air, but very wide, long on, as Rehan moves in again and bowls, and Cox rocks onto the back foot and plays it out into the covers, no addition to the score. Rehan again, right arm over, and they almost walk an agreed single right down to deep long off or short long on, long off, and one of those situations where it always had 1 run written over it, no more, no less, and so everybody just accepts that, and that's played out similarly on the other side to deep-ish long on. .306 for 3. Critchley 84. Haven't really liked to mention it, but I mean he's approaching a significant milestone, but we won't say any more about that in case with a kiss of death. And that's worked away for another single. 307 for 3. Critchley chops that down back to deep point. I think that's more or less at right angles. Obviously we can't see from this position, but since the fielder fielded it more or less on the corner of the square, then it's probably at right angles to the batsman. Oh dear, old habits die hard. 308 for 3.
Well, 8 runs taken off that over, and as it has been all day, it's looking rather easy for, well, not quite all day, but the majority of the day.
Yes, not the first hour. But yes, I'm inclined to agree. And I don't, in a way, I'm a little bit loath to agree. Pride goes before a fall and all that, but not that I can take any pride in it. So I didn't contribute anything to it whatsoever in any way. But so 308 for 3.
Well, Joey Everson is going to see if he can find the elusive breakthrough for Leicestershire. He won't with that delivery, which is guided through backward point for a single by Matt Critchley. This partnership for the 4th wicket has passed 150 in the last over. And Ben Green, as stand-in captain, hasn't been able to set the sort of aggressive fields he would like due to a lack of control by the bowlers, which is making it easy to just work the ball around for singles, which is exactly what Jordan Cox does. In fact, it's going to beat Ahmed and go for 4. Might have been a bit of an edge there from Cox.
Yes.
I think he was trying to get that through backward point, and it's gone far straighter. Yeah, a bit of a leading edge looking at the replay, but it's 4 runs for Jordan Cox. But yeah, Green has had to put men out on the boundary, and the Essex batters have played it wisely and just knocked singles around, taken the boundaries when they're on offer. And it's looked slightly reactive from the stand-in Leicestershire captain today, as he's made another change, moving the very short mid-on into a sort of deep gully / short third man, exactly where that previous ball went, perhaps after the horse has bolted. This is hit straight back up the ground for no run. Of course, it is only day one, and the age-old adage in cricket is you can never judge a pitch before both teams have batted.
Well, no. There's no reason to think now that Leicestershire won't find it any more difficult than Essex have done for the vast majority of their innings.
There's Everson comes in, Cox defends. But they are rather short on the batting front, missing Sol Budinger, Ian Holland, Stevie Eskenazi and Johnny Tattersall, probably their first choice.
Yes.
2, 3, 5 and 6. There's still plenty of there's still plenty capable of this lineup. There's Everson a bit short and on the hip of Cox, and he might have found a gap here. He has. Whether it's going to go to the boundary is a different matter. It's well fielded by a combination of Lewis Hill and Alex Green, keeps it to 2 runs.
Yeah, it was well fielded. They've stuck to their guns in the field of the Leicestershire players. It's we've all been there in different levels of the game, but chasing leather for most of the day, the novelty wears a bit thin after a while.
Everson will finish out his 7th over as Cox is defending, but again 7 runs taken from the over, and that means 23 have been scored off the last 3. And just as Leicestershire appeared to be gaining some sort of control with Ben Green and Tom Scriven bowling, it's that control has been lost. This is live cricket on BBC Radio Leicester. County Championship Division 1 encounter between Essex and Leicestershire, day 1. It's both sides' 7th game of the season.
And obviously every player, when he goes to the wicket, or she goes to the wicket, wants to score as many runs as possible. But you just feel that Rishi Patel, who missed out a bit down at Chelmsford just before the T20 matches, will especially want to show his former county what they've been missing as Rehan moves in and bowls, and that's just played out in the offside. Yeah, I have a certain affinity with Rishi Patel, because when I used to cover club cricket, he played for Brentwood, and I was often nattering to him up there, and it was pretty obvious there that Rehan moves in and bowls. That although Brentwood are a very, very gifted side, and they've got a lot of very good players, and one of the top 3 or 4 in the county, it was pretty obvious that Rishi Patel was probably destined for something a bit higher. So that's just pushed out to long off again. This man fielding just in front of us, Hill, has written on the back of his shirt. And the next one, nudged off the back foot down to backward square. There's no slips now, unsurprisingly, I suppose, very defensive field. Nobody close in, either behind or in front of the wicket, which, well, it's not for me to pass such comments, but in a way that makes it easier for the batsman. He's not under any threat at all, close to the wicket. And that's a dot ball there, so Rehan, a useful over, only conceded 2. But it still means that Essex move on to 317 for 3.
7 overs left of play tonight, and you suspect Leicestershire need a wicket or 2 or even 3 if they can.
Well, yes.
To be in this game overnight.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Yes, if Leicestershire were to get 1, or of course ideally from their point of view both of these 2, then they would feel a lot better standing in the shower tonight.
As Cox drives this ball from Everson back down the ground for no run. Yeah, it's not going to be easy for Leicestershire coming up against a very strong bowling attack in Jamie Porter, Shane Snater, Charlie Bennett, Simon Harmer, as Everson is in again, and Cox has just played this one down to deep third man for a single. And Sheldon Gums on first class debut opening the batting couldn't get much more difficult a task than facing Porter and Snater with the new ball.
No, he couldn't. No, if Cook were playing as well, that might be even more challenging. But nevertheless, Snater's come on him tremendously in the last few years, and well, Porter is a tried and trusted player.
As Critchley plays a very similar shot to the previous delivery from Jordan Cox, and takes another single. And just approaching 6:30 here in Leicester, which means that an hour or so down the road in Birmingham, the Women's World Cup is just about to get underway.
Yes. So it is, yes.
England playing Sri Lanka as Jordan Cox defends down the ground. England never not won a home Women's World Cup. We've hosted it twice and won it both of those times. Looking to complete the three-peat this year. No games here at the Uptonsteel Grace Road, but plenty of interest around the country as this one is turned to fine leg for another single by Jordan Cox, who continues on his way and continues striking at above a runner ball. Reached his century from 73 balls with an enormous 6 that went out of the ground.
Yes. And
a pretty big ground it is. I mean, where we are, we must be on about the 4th floor. So it cleared our building as Critchley punches down the ground for no run.
No, it's landed in... I don't know, it's this Milligan Road itself that runs behind. You might not know any more than I do. Doesn't matter, don't look it up, it's not that important. But yeah, probably finished up in the street behind us. So, Critchley 88, Cox 173, Essex 324. 3. And yeah, Leicestershire won't be sorry to get off the pitch tonight, probably. But we watched cricket for a long time, and I have, and Ollie for probably a reasonable amount of time, have seen strange things happen as Rehan moves in and bowls, and that's just pushed down to long on by Cox for a single. Yes, the interest really now lies in whether Critchley can get 12 more in the remaining 6 overs to reach his 100. Rehan moves in and bowls to him, and every little helps. That's a single as he pushes that out to the same place, a bit wider, long on. So runs coming very easily, despite the fact it's quite a defensive field. As Rehan moves in and bowls. And that's just played out to mid-on. Yes, the field comprises a backward point, a deep cover, a mid-off, a long-off, that's 5 on this side, a shortish backward square, a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket and a long-on. So yes, plenty of runs for the taking. As Rehan moves in now. Bowls. Played pleasantly but non-productively by Cox out to cover. There's it's more or less the best part of the day, although really since about, what was it, we started at 1:30, so certainly from 3 o'clock onwards it was very, very pleasant. Very pleasant, and apparently quite pleasant to bat in as well. It's just played defensively, no addition to the score as Rehan moves in and bowls again. And Cox goes onto the back foot and doesn't time it properly but still picks up a single. Much finer than he intended, which meant that the man at backward point had to make ground to his left to field, and Cox will retain the strikes. It's the end of the over with 5 overs remaining. Essex 323 for 3, Cox 175 and Critchley 89. Yeah, that would be the interest in really, can he reach 3 figures tonight?
Yeah, reached 3 figures once already this season. A remarkable performance in the first game of the year.
Oh gosh,
173 and then 5 for 9.
Yes, at Hampshire. Yes.
So Leicestershire might be quite worried about what he does with ball in hand on days when he bats well. As Everson comes into Cox, that is a genuine edge, but no slips in place means it will go away for 4 runs. Ben Cox of Leicestershire, he's stood up to the stumps, which gave him no chance to catch that. In fact, it was a thick enough edge that he'd have had no chance regardless. Whatsoever. And it's 4 more runs for Jordan Cox to very little reaction from anyone in the ground, really. Yes. Although, as I say that, the chants of Leicestershire la 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 begin to ring out. Cox punches into the offside for another single to Tom Scriven, who is fielding out there in about the only bit of shade on the entire ground, given from some blowing trees. The wind seems to have died down a bit. It was very windy at points this afternoon.
Yes, certainly was.
Which, alongside the sun, has helped to dry out this wicket and outfield. As Critchley has found a gap and nailed this one for 4. Has he? No. The cheers were for... Oh, sorry, I'm afraid I did not see what was going on there. I think the cheers were for a good bit of fielding.
Yes,
in fact,
I think they were.
By Sheldon Gums. There's the wall of the commentary box where the window ends is right in line with where that ball went.
Yes, I had that trouble when I was sitting in that seat.
And yeah, the team on the stream very thankfully playing a replay of that one. It was a good tumbling stop from Sheldon Gums at backward point, keeping it to no run. There's a few changes are being made in the field. Are they putting a slip in, I think, for the first time in an hour or so? Yes.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity to pass on thanks and gratitude, not just from us, but from the viewers to the people that bring you the pictures. The live stream in recent years has improved enormously. When it was first introduced, most counties just had a fixed camera at each end, and that was it.
Everson into Critchley, who finds the gap in the offside for a single. Yeah, I know everyone here at Leicestershire has been putting in a lot of work on the stream.
Yeah, well, it shows. It's reaping the benefits, and thanks very much. I always refer to it as mission control.
just head to Fox's TV on YouTube if you want to see the pictures alongside our commentary, which is on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Essex. Jordan Cox facing up on 180 to his name. Joey Everson bowls, and he tries to work this one into the leg side and is frustrated with that. Flinging his bat, practicing the shot he should have played, but nearly caught Ben Cox, the wicket-keeper, in the crossfires.
Yes.
No, nothing malicious at all, just felt he missed out there on a leg stump delivery that he should have put away for 4. Jordan Cox, who faces up to Everson again and can't pierce the offside field. It will be no run. 71 overs down, and the score is 329 for 3. 4 overs left in the day. Leicestershire appear to essentially just be passing over the time before they can get into the dressing room.
Well, they do really. You get the impression they're just waiting for something to happen, which is a bit harsh, and I don't like criticising opposition teams. I don't mind criticising Essex because they can always come back at me and say, well, why did you say that on air last Thursday fortnight or something? And, but no, it is just giving that impression, but it might be a wrong impression. I hope it is. As Rehan continues from the pavilion end to Critchley. Critchley just plays it out to long on for a single. There are plenty of singles on offer. Apart from the keeper, nobody within 20 yards of the bat. That's played out to long off this time for a single, so Critchley's back on strike on 91 with 3 6s to 18, 19, 20, 22, 23 deliveries of the day remaining. Rehan in again. Critchley, yes, long on and long off for being quite actively employed. That's because that goes out to the former, to long off. Critchley moves on to 92. Cox 181. You can add one onto that as that's played out to long on. It's almost alternating between pushing it out to long off and pushing it out to long on. So yes, which is why 1-1-1-1 is how Rehan's overlooked so far. And yes, again, that's keeping up with that sequence. This is pushed out to long off. So to keep up the sequence, Cox needs to push this out for a single to long on. And that will be very symmetrical as Rehan moves in and bowls. But he doesn't. He hits it straight back to Rehan, and it's the end of the over. With 3 to go, and Essex at 334 for 3.
Well, Critchley will have the strike, 93, looking to bring up 3 figures, I'm sure, before the end of the day.
Well, yes, but he won't, do that at the expense of. He's a fairly phlegmatic sort of character. He's been there before. It's not as if it was here. If it were his maiden century, then yes, he probably would be anxious to get it over and done with. But no, he probably wouldn't mind sleeping on 90-something.
Yeah, he's been there 13 times before.
Oh, right.
In first-class cricket.
There you go. Thank you. Almost everything I say, then Ollie can instantly come up with the stats. How many of those were at home? How many away?
I'm afraid can't tell you that on such short notice. Matt Critchley will face up to Joey Everson and drives this to mid-off for no run. Yeah, no stats man available for us today. Not like TMS where we have Andy Zoltzman who we can just ask any questions. We have had Nikesh of Test Match Special with us throughout the day.
Yes.
As Critchley plays this one up to mid-on. He's continuing the pattern, just in this over, mid-off and mid-on are up, saving the single.
Yeah.
As sun goes behind a cloud, at least on the live stream, the ground is looking slightly gloomy. It's certainly not gloomy outside, and we will get these 3 overs in. There's Everson bowls, and again punch to mid-on for no run. It's been a tidy enough spell for Joey Everson. He's managed to bowl reasonably consistently on one side of the wicket, which shouldn't really be a noteworthy point, but the way Leicestershire have bowled today, it perhaps is. But he's posed no real threat as he's into Critchley, and this is a glorious on-drive textbook shot from Matt Critchley on the up, found the gap and helps himself to 4 runs, which moves him to 97.
Yes, with 14 deliveries of the day remaining.
Well, we mentioned it earlier when I was on with Nikesh, but Rishi Patel seems to be warming up at first slip.
Oh right, well yes, he did. He has turned his arm over.
He's not an all-rounder just yet, but I think he probably would like to consider himself one. He's got 1 wicket in the championship this year, and I don't think I'm wrong in saying he actually took a 5-wicket haul in last year's One-Day Cup.
Oh right.
As it's Everson bowling for now, and he's bowled him. Matt Critchley looking to play this one into the leg side, has his off stump flattened, and 3 runs short of a century. Matt Critchley falls to Joey Everson. The first wicket for Joey Everson in this loan stint. He has been on loan before to Leicestershire. But a brilliant innings from Matt Critchley nonetheless, 97 from 136 deliveries. It looked on the replay like that one just nipped back a bit, and Critchley ended up nowhere near it, trying to play it out into the leg side. 12 fours and 1 6 in that innings from Essex's number 5.
Well, it'll probably be Jamie Porter now.
It looks like it.
It does.
Scored his maiden half century, coming out in a similar circumstance as the night watchman last time out against Leicestershire. Well, that would be very frustrating for Leicestershire fans if that were to happen with the score already at 338 for 4.
Yes. Yes, generally speaking, Sam Cook has taken over the role of night watchman from Jamie Porter, but Sam Cook not available because he's out for a while with a hand injury. So Porter gets his old job back.
They have had a couple of games where they've played 2 night watchmen, haven't they, this year, Essex?
Oh yes.
Both Cook and Porter have ended up doing the job. So Leicestershire will be hoping that today ends up similarly, and they can snatch another wicket in this remaining 13 deliveries.
And night watchmen love scoring runs. You know, Porter will obviously, his first aim will be to see out today and maybe take most of the bowling to protect Cox. But if he is still there the following morning, he will be keen to get as many as under his belt as possible.
Well, 2 slips have come in to greet the new man, Porter. And he's wrapped on the pads. He might be gone first ball. It was a big appeal, but the umpire shook his head. And Jordan Cox seemed to motion that it was going down leg side. Just having a look at the replay here. Oh, and well down the leg side. But in the circumstances, you can't blame the Leicestershire fielders for appealing.
Oh, good grief, no. Yes, I can remember so clearly Jordan Cox not Jordan Cox, sorry, Jamie Porter, really lovely bloke. And at the Oval a few years ago, Essex in the fourth innings only required a dozen or so, I think, if not fewer, to win the game. And so I don't know if Porter sort of asked specially, but anyway, he and Alistair Cook opened the batting, and when Alistair Cook was more or less in his full prime, and I can remember so clearly as Porter and Alistair Cook just sort of came down the steps at the Oval and got onto the pitch. Porter was looking around hoping there was somebody to take a photograph of it for posterity. I opened with the England captain and one of the greatest players ever. That's just played studiously by Cox, and that brings Porter down to the business end.
Well, Rishi Patel had his jumper and hat off ready to bowl this over,
yes,
but he was actually turned away by Ben Green. I wonder if the wicket prompted that change.
Yeah, I'm sure it did. Yeah, sure it did. Well, Porter's job now really is to keep the strike. As Rehan moves in and bowls to him, and he leans into that and gets to the pitch of the ball.
They've still not, they've got a slip in place, but they've not really got any catches around Porter.
No, I'm surprised there isn't a short leg or a silly mid off or something like that. Very surprised. Because he bowled him, he has.
Yes.
Yes, he's bowled him. Porter's out. Bowled by Rehan without scoring. And Essex suddenly find themselves 339 for 5.
It was a good delivery from Ahmed. Sent it through a bit quicker, and it just turned enough to beat the outside edge of Jamie Porter's bat. It's his second wicket of the day. The first one had a large amount of luck in it. This one, no such luck. It certainly was a ball worthy of taking a wicket.
Yes, it was. So in the dying embers of this day, the hosts have got a lot to. Well, they'll sleep a little bit more comfortably. It's Allison going in now.
So no more night watchmen.
No,
Gone back to
with Cook out of action, who left with Snater? I wouldn't think of Snater as a night watchman. He likes to hit the ball a bit too much, really. No, but Charlie Allison's a very, very mature. Not in years, but he's got almost without using a cliche. I'm going to have to resort to one. He has got an old head on young shoulders, and he will know exactly what his job is now. It's just to stay there. There are another 9 deliveries of the day.
Well, these two will know a fair bit about each other. They've been off with the England Lions,
yes,
both Ahmed and Allison recently.
Yeah. As Rehan moves in and bowls. And Allison smothers the spin. Rehan moves in again. Allison goes on the back foot, steers that down towards third man, and they go through for 2. They amble through for 2 runs, which means Allison's off the mark, and he also retains the strike for the last ball of this over.
Suspect earlier in the day, and if Cox hadn't been out there for so long, they might have tried to push for 3 there.
Yes. Rehan again into Allison. Allison goes on the back foot, just helps it round the corner, but straight to square leg, and a dot goes in various books and computers and scorebooks and computers, and the score is 341 for 5 with 1 over of the day remaining. A day that's albeit abbreviated, has been quite fascinating, really, and very clearly in 3 different phases. But I would still say that that middle phase more than compensates for the disappointments at the top and bottom from the Essex point of view. Well, obviously, yes.
Yeah, the middle phase where Essex dominated, lasting probably about 60 of the 74 overs of play so far, as Everson will bowl to Cox, who turns into the leg side for a very comfortable single, moves him to 184, and he'll probably be hoping that's the last ball he has to deal with today.
Yeah, hoping, but not now. I mean, the situation's back to sort of what you might call conventional cricket. Neither batsman is protecting the other, so when the runs, are available, they'll take them.
Yeah, he'll. Well, I suppose I can tempt fate because I'm not here tomorrow. But he's scored 2 double hundreds in his career before as Jordan Cox. He'll be looking to add a third to that, having been named in the England squad. The perfect way to celebrate it. I asked Nikesh earlier how many runs he'd have to score today to be in with consideration, and Nikesh said about 250 as Allison defends. It's certainly not out of the question.
No.
I mean, I still think it's going to be very difficult for him to find a place in that England 11, but just the fact that he's in the squad shows that they've clearly got him in their plans.
Yeah, I mean, another former Essex player, Dan Lawrence, has been getting a stack of runs for Surrey.
Everson into Allison, who defends off the back foot for no run. 3 deliveries left in the day's play, 342 for 5. Another wicket would perhaps make it not quite even, but probably 60-40 in Essex's favour.
Yes.
At the moment, it's probably still about, I would say, about 75% in favour of the visitors. Everson off the back foot again by Charlie Allison, who is a very stylish player. I watched him bat at Edgbaston earlier this year, where he played some remarkable sort of uppercuts and back foot shots, particularly through the offside. Very easy on the eye. But
yes, he is.
Can't imagine he'll be looking to do anything more than defend these final 2 balls, and indeed he is.
Yes, very diligent.
Well in
that
behind.
One. Head over the ball out of any coaching manual. If coaching manuals still teach you defence, I'm not sure. Right, 1 delivery of the over of the day. Well, both.
There are 2 slips in wait as Joey Everson delivers the final ball of day 1, and it is driven straight back down the ground, so straight that it hits the middle stump at the non-striker's end. A dot ball, and the day closes with Essex 342 for 5. 2 wickets apiece for Ben Green and Rehan Ahmed, and a wicket for the loney Joey Everson. But the main talking point of the day, Jordan Cox not out, 184 from just 177 deliveries.
Yes, undoubtedly. Yeah, so it has been an interesting day, and promises to be an interesting, 2 or 3 more days. So just very quickly before we go, Walter out for 2, Elgar for 3, Westley for 41, Critchley for 97, Porter without scoring, Cox not out 184, Allison not out 2. Thank you very much for your pleasure of your company, Ollie. I wish you every success at playing cricket and at university, and with your Hispanic studies. So it's been a real pleasure to meet you and to do some commentary with you. So all the very best to you.
And you, thank you. Adam Whitty will be back for the remaining 3 days, and depending on the Tigers' result, I might be back next week.
Yes, indeed.
But for now, I think that's all from us on day 1.
It is. Thank you very much for listening, watching and sending your emails.